to our meeting of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board for October 19th, 2020. We do appear to have a quorum, and if you would please call the roll and then proceed with our virtual meetings introduction.
Grant Foster. Keith Ford.
Can you unmute all? I guess this looks like
I'm here, thank you.
I'm present as well, thanks.
Okay. Rebecca Kemble. Here. Eric Sundquist.
Present.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Tom Wilson.
Here.
Baltazar and Santana.
Here.
Margaret Bergamini.
Here.
Badri Lankella.
He was here.
Here.
Thank you.
And would you or one of the tech facilitators please? Thank you, staff. Thanks.
Yep. So welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff members, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video while you're speaking. The chair, clerk, and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting board members. Please use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call vote, board members will be unmuted briefly. Staff, please use the raise hand feature when you're asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on board members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. There are no members of the public currently present or registered to speak. So Chair, the floor is back to you.
Thank you, Stefan. So we do have one vacancy still. So Margaret, as usual, you'll be a voting member for the duration of the meeting. I believe Eric Sundquist has to leave for another meeting at 5:30. So after that point, then Badri, you will also be a voting member for the duration of the meeting. All right, we'll go right into approval of minutes from the August 31st meeting of the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, and minutes from the September 30th, 2020 meeting of the Transportation Commission and Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Assuming all members who desire to have had a chance to review those minutes, is there a motion to approve? Please use the hand raise feature. Can everyone hear me? All right, thank you all to affirm in motion. And then a second, Badri, your hand's up next. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of approving both sets of minutes, please unmute yourself and say, oh, hold on, Alder Foster, go ahead. Your hand is up.
All right, now everyone should have the ability to unmute themselves. Let's test it out. Yep.
Thank you. I just tested it. That's what I was trying to raise.
Any discussion on the approval of both sets of minutes? Seeing none, please unmute yourselves. All those in favor of approving both sets of minutes, please say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Chair believes it's unanimous. If you'd like to register a no vote, please raise your hand. Seeing none, that is unanimous. We have no registrants for public comment for items not on the agenda. I assume that is still the case. All right, not being corrected on that, then we'll move on to, are there any communications, disclosures, or recusals from members of the body? Please use the hand raise feature. Seeing none. Move on to our first item, Legistar 61589, amending the City of Madison official map to establish map reservations for future streets and highways in the current and future City of Madison, generally located north of Milwaukee Street between North Fair Oaks Avenue and West Corporate Drive, consistent with recommendations in the adopted Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. We did have a short staff presentation that was supposed to happen today, but that will not be happening. So we have two options. I think one, if folks have had time to review the material and don't have questions, we can move forward with approval, or we can refer it to our next meeting. Alder Foster, I see your hand up, so why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I was going to move referral kind of at request of staff, but I feel comfortable with it, so would be fine if people wanted to vote on it today. So I guess I'll put my hand back down, and whatever pleasure of the body is, I'm fine with either taking it up and approving it without staff being here or referring it to our next meeting.
So, Alder Kimball, go ahead.
I just wonder if Alder Foster might give a brief synopsis of this, since he worked on it. It's his district, in lieu of a staff presentation, and then we can decide what we want to do with it.
That would be fine. I see Alder Foster nodding his head. So, Alder Foster, go ahead.
Sure, thanks, Alder Kimball. Yeah, this basically was an outgrowth of the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan that was adopted by the Common Council a few years ago. And as has been our standard practice when we adopt plans, not much else happens after we adopt the plans. And two things that could happen, and I think in my opinion should happen more routinely when we adopt those plans, is that we should consider making zoning changes that are consistent with our adopted plan, so that we can ensure that, not ensure, but that we can help facilitate land use most consistent with the adopted plans. And then secondarily is our authority to officially map a street network. And so while that, what that really does in effect for us, and I think it was mentioned at a recent meeting, what that does is that by including it in our official map, the property owners, if they decide to build a building where we say there's going to be a road in the future, then they have basically no recourse and can't say, well, you know, if you cause us to go down to build a road, you owe us all this money because we built a road here. So it's really signaling more clearly the intent of our adopted plans through that official mapping process. And I think it also actually gives us the ability then to deny permits for people if they want to construct buildings in areas that are identified as a future street network. So both of these items, the item that's for us is just the mapping component. I believe both this and zoning changes will be at Plan Commission tonight for review, and both of these were prepared by staff, at least partially at my request, so that the elements of the adopted Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan are put into effect as much as we can at this. So I do support this item, and we certainly still have all of the flexibility in the world, and in order to actually construct any of these streets, it would still follow our normal practices, and engineering would come before Transportation Commission and review the actual specs and all those sorts of things. But this really just sort of puts markers on the map so that we are not precluded from building them in the future.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Does anyone have questions for Alder Foster? Okay, seeing no questions, is there a motion to either approve or to refer? Alder Kimball.
Move approval.
Is there a second? Eric Sundquist, is that a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Okay, all right, all those in favor of recommending amending the City of Madison official map to establish map reservations for future streets and highways in the current and future City of Madison, generally located north of Milwaukee Street between North Fair Oaks Ave and West Corporate Drive, consistent with recommendations in the adopted Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, please say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Chair believes it's unanimous. If you'd like to register a no vote, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next item, Legistar 61860, amending Section 10.31, Section 3F5 of the Madison General Ordinances to waive encroachment fees for privately constructed and maintained public transit seating. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Approval.
Is there a second? Eric Sundquist, looks like a second. Alder Foster, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think this is a common sense change, and if private landowners are willing to put in seating to support our transit system, I think that's a positive change. I see Justin is here. If he has anything he wants to add, that might help.
Go ahead, Justin, if you do.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly straightforward. It's really just a proposal to allow private owners to construct things, transit amenities, and not have to pay encroachment fees in which to do it, which I think is a fairly straightforward proposal, and I think is in the best interest of our riders.
Thank you, Justin. Are there any questions from staff or discussion? Robert, Kirk, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm fully supportive of this. My only question is, are there any standards that we want to have met? Meaning, is any private encroachment into this area for public transit seating, is anything better than nothing? Or what happens if somebody puts something there and it's problematic for some reason? Is there any type of worry about meeting certain basic level standards?
Yeah, so I'm by no means an expert on this in Madison, but my understanding is that this just waives the fees. It does not waive the right to review anything that goes in the right of way, and so they would still go through the normal process of submitting plans and getting those reviewed and signed off on. There just wouldn't be a fee attached to it. And so, that review process essentially is what ensures that whatever gets built meets our standards. But I assume, I guess I don't know this for sure, that in Madison, anything built in the right of way, even under an encroachment agreement, if for some reason it becomes a problem in the future, the city does have a right to remove it. But that I'll need to double check on.
That does make sense. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Justin. Margaret, go ahead.
My question was along the same lines. Just want to make sure that any of these facilities would be ADA accessible and would be reviewed by someone either within Metro staff or Public Works who's familiar with those standards. And also, issues with snow removal, et cetera, making sure that these things are set up in such a way that they're truly usable by the public.
Thank you, Margaret. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so if folks are interested, if you look at the actual text amendment that's in this item, what you'll see is that there already exists basically this for bus shelters, which already requires that they be approved by Metro Transit and Traffic Engineering. And what this really is doing is adding transit seating as an additional category that also has that requirement that it's approved by Metro Transit and Traffic Engineering. So I guess I'm confident that will include sufficient review. We could certainly, consider additional standards for internal standards for what that review means at some point. But I think it's probably covered just with making sure that it's reviewed by staff.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Are there any further questions or any further discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of amending section 10.313F5 of the Madison General Ordinances to waive encroachment fees for privately constructed and maintained public transit seating, please say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Chair believes it's unanimous. If you'd like to register a no vote, please raise your hand. Seeing none, that is unanimous. Move on to our next item, Legistar 62680. Traffic Calming Subcommittee report deadline extension. Apologize for the wording of that. I probably should have included a little bit more information. Basically, what is being asked for from the Traffic Calming Subcommittee, as many of you know, our meetings were delayed by several months due to COVID and the city having to cut down on the number of meetings early on in the crisis. So really the ask is to amend the required due date for the Traffic Calming Subcommittee final report from October 15th, 2020 to February 15th, 2021. That is the ask. I believe Transportation Commission has already granted that extension, but Transportation Policy and Planning Board also needs to do so. So I would entertain a motion to do that. Alder Kimball, is that a motion to?
Move
ahead.
extension of the deadline to the committee till of the final report of the committee till February, did you say 15th?
Yes.
2021.
So here's a motion, and Alder Furman, is that a second? I'll assume yes. Any
Yes,
discussion?
that's a second, sorry.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? All right, all those in favor of amending the required due date for the Traffic Calming Subcommittee final report from October 15th, 2020 to February 15th, 2021, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Chair believes it's unanimous. If you'd like to register a no vote, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. Next item, Legistar 62664, Bus Rapid Transit Runningway revisions being considered and presented at the October 22nd, 2020 public meeting.
So I'll start this. Our locally preferred alternative that was adopted by council in March of 2020 basically had what's called side running BRT, where the bus rapid transit was running adjacent to the curb. We were inclined in that direction because it allowed buses, local service buses, to use the dedicated lanes. In some cases, it helped preserve at least some type of a bicycle. Then in March of 2020, we also hired someone from Indianapolis, right, who had just gotten done constructing a BRT that was center running, which means that the bus lanes run in the center. And he really wanted the Runningway kind of reevaluated. And in doing so, he developed, Justin developed basically a service plan that makes it so that within the BRT corridors, essentially the only buses that are running are BRT buses. And so that we don't need to worry about accommodating both local service buses and BRT buses within a running way. Consequently, we've probably spent the last 4 or 5 months reevaluating different segments of the running way for the BRT, with the intent to probably change the recommendations in the locally preferred alternative. We'll be testing the waters with these recommendations. In fact, we've actually kind of introduced them to you, perhaps a meeting or so ago, and I believe it was at our August meeting. But now we'd like to talk about them in a little bit more detail. Understanding our running way for BRT is a critical path item, in that we can't begin to move forward on our environmental document for BRT unless we know where the buses are going. So Mike tonight is going to kind of share more details regarding the running way for University Avenue, East Washington, Whitney Way, and Mineral Point Road. And we'll probably be able to have completed a draft report, I'm going to say this Friday or next Monday, in which we can send either the draft report to you or perhaps send you a link to the draft report. The reason why we're introducing it to you now is because we would like to perhaps at least introduce this into council in December after we've gotten more feedback from some of the neighborhoods. And the concepts associated with it and the impacts are, I'm going to say, a little bit more complicated. They're more than you could probably just digest in one meeting. And so we wanted to begin more in-depth conversation with this board, since this is the board that's kind of governing the BRT. I think with that in mind, Mike will provide a little bit more detail of what we're thinking, and then we hope to have probably a draft report within a week to you so that you can review where we're leaning and what we're presenting to both neighborhoods on the east side and the west side. So Mike, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thanks, Tom. If you can't see the screen PowerPoint here, let me know, otherwise I'll assume you can. We have this kind of broken up into different segments. So I'm going to start on the east side and move our way to the west. I think it just kind of flows better that way. So I'm going to go through, as Tom said, some of this is kind of detailed, but we wanted to kind of dive into it. If you have more questions, want to dive deeper, or if it feels like it's too deep and you want to swim up to the surface a little bit, that's fine too. Just let me know. So this is the BRT system. As with the potential changes to the routes and station locations that we shared at the last meeting or the meeting before that. And then the red here is where we're investigating center running. So East Wash between the Square and Wright Street, and then Whitney Way and Mineral Point Road. And then the green would be potential side running bus lanes. So in some cases we do have bus lanes in these areas already. In some cases they're new. So this presentation is going to focus on East Wash. In the start with the main isthmus segment up to Wright Street. And then after that, we'll talk about the last segment after we come back onto the corridor. So one thing to keep in mind is that US Highway 151 does traverse East Wash. We did coordinate with the DOT and kind of showed them some of our thinking, and they seem to be on board initially. We're going to continue that conversation with them. They're partners that we need to keep in mind. So here's a picture of center running BRT. This is a kind of a contraflow lane in Indianapolis. So you can see the doors are on the left side of the bus. It's typical. And then, you have one kind of island in the middle where that serves passengers on both sides. The yellow here is the warning fields. So that's, you see that on both sides. So people can get on the bus going in either direction from one platform. And then here's side running is essentially what we have today. This is just a quick picture I took from Google, but it's essentially the same. The bus operates on the curbside lane, and then usually that lane is shared with right turns and bikes, as well as delivery vehicles, garbage trucks, all that other stuff. And so we would just build the two stations, one on each side of the road. So center running does have some advantages over side running, more consistent travel times, because you've eliminated the conflicts with the turning vehicles and the bikes, as well as the delivery vehicles, essentially cost savings of the one double-sided station as opposed to two single stations, fewer right-of-way and utility issues because it's all in the middle of the street, and then a better, more premium rapid transit look and feel for passengers. So here's East Wash, as I mentioned, we're talking about right now. Basically 50,000 cars a day on the segment. It's 3 lanes in each direction, with bike lanes over most of it, other than the part by the hill by the square. And then we have a parking lane eastbound from about Blount to Milwaukee Street, and westbound from about Highway 30 to Blount Street, roughly. And so that extra lane gives us some options. And then east of there, we lose the parking lane, so we have to get a little more creative. So this is kind of what we've envisioned for East Washington. So center running on the majority of it in bus lanes. So the red here, the main section would be center running in dedicated bus-only lanes. The blue would also be center running, but it would be in mixed traffic. And then the green would be center running, but we would be in mixed traffic during peak periods, and then we would try to restrict traffic outside of peak periods. And the reason for that would be to give the bus its own lane when it's not needed for traffic, and that would give you a little bit more of a buffer between the station area and the live traffic lanes. So this is kind of a simplified overview. On the left here, we're looking at west of roughly Milwaukee Street. So on the left, the center lanes become bus only, and then the outer lanes would be parking restricted during the peak periods, peak directions, in order to provide the third lane for the capacity. I'll have more detailed pictures. And then east of Highway 30, where we lose the parking lane, we effectively lose the bus lane, at least during peak periods. And so the stations would remain in the center, but the bus would be in mixed traffic. So here's a cross section of what was originally planned on top. We would have simply converted the right side parking and bike lanes to bus, bike, and right turn, and put the stations on the side. And then on the bottom is kind of what we're leaning towards, which is BRT stations in the middle, bus lanes in the middle, and then the parking lane and bike lane becomes the third travel lane during peak periods only. Outside of or during peak periods, the parking would be lost and the bike lane would be lost. This is kind of a schematic of what it would look like at Blair Street. You remember there's kind of a complicated combination of colors and the different directions here. So westbound, I'll just walk you through this. So we would come out of our bus lane, would become open to mixed traffic, where the left turns towards Blair Street would be allowed in the bus lane. And then as those left turns kind of peel out, we get a bus only approach towards Blair Street. And then we'd be bus only in the median. And then at some point, the left lane would have to open to general purpose traffic again, so that traffic could go towards the square. And then eastbound, we're trying to do a dedicated lane on the Blair Street approach, although it's possible that may be mixed traffic, but we're trying to make a dedicated lane. And then because of the geometry of this intersection and the fact that we have 3 receiving lanes and we need three travel lanes, it's mixed traffic for just this one block or block and a half. And then about halfway between Blount and Livingston, where the parking lane opens up, then the bus would get its own lane again. And so although there are a couple blocks in mixed traffic, we're basically in bus lanes the entire way. All of our intersection approaches should be in dedicated lanes, which is what's important to us. Here's another overview. So this could be Patterson Street or Baldwin Street. So we've got, again, 3 lanes each way, left turn lanes, parking, bike. So first we restrict parking 7 to 9 or something like that, westbound in the morning and then eastbound in the evening. And then the middle lanes get converted to bus only. So you get your 2 travel lanes most of the time, and then your third opens up at rush hour. And then we'd fill in this eastbound right turn lane and restrict left turn. So there'd be no eastbound left turn that we have space to put in the station. The westbound left turn and all the other left turns not at stations would be able to just kind of merge across the bus lane. So westbound, for example, you're driving in the general purpose lane, you merge into the bus lane, and then you peel off into left turn and you make the left turn normally. In this situation, this left turn would probably have to be a green arrow, protected only phase. But anyway, this allows us to have the median lanes. One casualty is we do have to remove the left turn. I'll talk about that more in a second. East of Highway 30, where we don't have the parking lanes, it basically just look like this. Again, we'd fill in the left turn lane. This could be like Melvin Court. And the bus stops in live traffic in the left lane and serves a station and then goes. That's somewhat unconventional, having a bus stop in live traffic in the left lane, but we do it all the time in the right lane. And here's a picture example of a bus doing that exact thing in Indianapolis. And this would only happen at 3 stations, and 2 of those stations would only be in one direction. So it'd be at Melvin Court in both directions, which should be a relatively low use station anyway, so a quick stop and go. And then eastbound at Milwaukee and Marquette. So these are the left turn restrictions. Generally, we like to have the station on the downtown inward side of the intersection. So that means the eastbound left turns generally like to get restricted. And so the eastbound left at Patterson, eastbound left at Baldwin, but then we would maintain the eastbound left at
It
First.
is 5:30
The westbound left
and
at
a
Fourth
quorum
and
is
Milwaukee
present,
would
so I
be
will call this
restricted, and then the
meeting
eastbound
of
left at
October
Melvin.
19th of the
So,
Plan Commission to
one thing
order.
we have an advantage here is that
First,
this
we
is more
will
or less
hear
a grid.
some
So, for example,
information
the turn-
from
if you
our
can't make the eastbound
technical
left at Patterson,
facilitator.
you can make the left at Livingston. You can make the
All right,
left at
welcome to our
Burley.
virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting,
That's not to say that these left turn restrictions
you can reconnect
aren't
by clicking the
going to
link or calling the number in your
impact
original email.
on businesses
To members and city
residents. I don't
staff,
wanna
members,
minimize
if you are
that
able,
fact.
please activate your video and keep it on for the
However,
duration
one
of the
things
meeting.
that this gets
Staff,
us
if you are able,
is that
please
you're kind
activate
of
your
trading
video when you are
left
speaking.
turns for the parking.
The chair, clerk, and technical
With this
facilitator are
design,
responsible for
we
muting and
do
unmuting
eliminate
committee
these left
members.
turns,
Use the raise hand
but we're
feature
able
when
to
you'd
keep
like to be
parking
recognized
on
to
the
speak,
isthmus for
ask questions, or
short-term,
request a roll call vote.
parking.
During any roll call, all
That
panelists will be unmuted
benefit for
briefly.
businesses.
Staff,
You know,
click raise
westbound
hand when you are
Milwaukee
asked a
may kind of seem
question.
like a
The
major
chair will do their
movement, but
best
because
to
of the
call
way
on
the
committee
streets line
members
up,
in the order in which their
it's
hands are
really
raised.
not
Lowering your
you know,
hand will take you out of the
if you think
queue.
about like if somebody
Members of the
traveling through
public
here,
who have
this
registered to
westbound left is
speak,
not
the
not a
name
big
you entered in
movement.
Zoom must match the name you
You could
entered in
turn left at
registration.
Marquette Street
You
and
will
then go
remain
down
muted
Milwaukee
until
that way. You
called
could turn
upon.
left at
The clerk
Right
will
or
tell you
Fair
when your
Oaks.
time is
You could
up.
turn left at Highway 51.
After speaking,
Stoughton Road.
a member of the body
And
may
then
ask you a question.
The Union Corners
If you need to share
businesses, get
documentation
there,
with the
you would
board,
just
please
turn
send it
left
to
at
the email
6th Street,
listed in today's
which is
agenda.
signalized now.
Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
So I think some of these details are
The
going to
next
be what we're
item
gonna
on our agenda is
be looking
public
at in
comment.
more
I do
detail and
not
asking people
see
what they think of
anything,
them.
any registrants for public comment.
So,
Okay, no registrants
Considerations
for public
of the
comment.
different Running alternatives.
The next
BRT
item
operations,
is
motor
communications,
vehicle congestion,
disclosures,
diversion,
and
bike impacts, parking, and
recusals. Members of the body
We
should
had
make
looked at
any
about 7
required
different alternatives when we came up
disclosures
with
or
this.
recusals under
And
the
this
city's
was kind
ethics
of the-
code.
what
And we
we're
do
leaning
have
towards, just thinking it
a few
balances
here.
the needs of these
Commissioner
modes
Solheim.
and interest.
Yes, I have a disclosure on
this is
item
alternative 5.
11. I used to work for the
It's not running
applicant,
whole way,
but
short section and mixed
this
traffic.
project started well after I started,
motor
so it will not
vehicles,
affect
no
my
capacity
decision.
Reduction during
Okay, thank you.
periods.
And Alder Lemmer.
Peak direction, and so because
Thank you.
of
I'll be
that,
recusing
there should be
myself
low to no
from
diversion
item
on
number
Milwaukee Street and
19.
Johnson.
The applicant, John Platt, is
the
my
bike
uncle.
lanes will
Okay,
be lost
thank you.
on East
you.
Wash. However,
Anything
again,
else?
with alternative 1 had bike lane impacts as well. It was a
Okay, moving
pretty
on. We
pretty
have the minutes of
significantly,
October 5th.
worsen the facility that would have been in place all the time.
Are there
So,
to
anyway,
approve? Are there any
potential
additions or
improvements that we can make
corrections
parallel
to
routes
the minutes?
to go with that. Parking
Seeing
impacts,
none,
parking
could I have a
loss,
motion to
on the
approve?
isthmus, about 400
Moved by
spaces
Commissioner
during the
Cantrell.
peak period,
Could I
peak
have a
direction. So
second?
most
Seconded
of those
by
spaces would
Alder
be
Lemmer.
accommodated most of the
I
time.
will assume unanimous
example, you wouldn't be able
consent
to park there
unless
throughout
I
the
see
day
a raised
or
hand
overnight
to
if it's in
object.
the morning or whatever.
Seeing no
For
raised
pedestrians,
hands, the
bump outs will
motion
be
passes.
removed.
Thank you.
However, most of the bump outs on East
Our
Wash,
schedule of
because the very
upcoming
low yield
meetings, we
compliance
have
on
a
East Wash
regular meeting
and the fact
on
that
November
crossing at
9th,
signals
November
is
23rd, and
highly
December
preferred by most
14th.
pedestrians.
We have a special working session
I don't think
on
that's a huge
October 9th.
loss.
That will be
Crossing at the
confined to 8,
unsignalized
and
intersections like
as
Dickinson
with
and
our
Few,
regular
where
meetings,
there's
it
no,
will be a virtual
There's
meeting.
no signal, there's no rapid flashing beacon or anything.
Next
it's
on
a very
our
poor
agenda
crossing anyway.
is routine business. The
So
first item of
here's the-
routine
here's the
business,
chart.
agenda item
If anybody
2,
has any
Legistar
questions on that, let me know. I don't think I'm gonna remember this
62352,
word.
authorizing
But,
the
just kinda
execution of an
comparing all the
underground
languages where
fiber
we
optic
were with
conduit
all
and
5,
cable
we
line
kind of feel
easement
like
to
alternative
Dane
5
County across.
comes out ahead with the center running. Okay, so East Washington now going to, so we go off the corridor, we serve Madison College, and then we come back onto the corridor. And so I'm going to talk about the last little bit of East Wash. So we come on from Mendota Street here, and then or Stoughton Road, and we are on East Wash from there to essentially East Springs Drive. Right now, we have a fourth travel lane on the right side that opens up between Portage and East Springs. Eastbound, it ends at East Springs. Westbound, it kind of peters out at Portage Road. We think that we can fairly easily convert that to bus, bike, and right turn only, since it basically doesn't add any capacity anyway. And so that's what we would do. We'd be in mixed traffic for this stretch, and then we would be in bus only lanes, side running on the right. And here's a little more detailed picture of that. So the blue rectangles are the stations. The traffic signal looking things are traffic signals. And so we would add a new traffic signal and station pair at Independence. And I think this is really important. So the Independence station and signal would serve not only the East Town Mall area, but you'd also have new service to the residential nodes on the north side. We have two major multifamily residential nodes on the north sides of East Wash, and they are now connected into the system with a new signal that will be easier to cross at than the other signals because of the lack of left turn conflicts. This will be a much better crossing than exists at the other signalized intersections on the corridor. And then to turn around, what we'd like to do is just do a U-turn at East Springs Drive with a special signal phase. If that fails, there are other ways we can turn around, but this would be the fastest and would save on operating costs over the years. It would be a dedicated phase that comes up every 15 minutes or maybe every 7 to 10 cycles. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing that and switch to the next one.
Oh, wait, maybe
questions.
Yeah, before you dive into other quarters, why don't you allow questions on East Wash?
Yeah.
All right, questions for East Wash section. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you. I think in terms of questions, for the sections that would be mixed traffic, and maybe Justin, you could speak to experience in Indy. Did that result initially in any increase in rear end crashes? Just kind of imagining the folks that normally fly through in the left lane, how long is it going to take for people to start to think about that? And any experience you can share either in Indy or I guess anywhere else. Do we have data on, does that increase rear end crashes in the left lane at all?
So I can only speak to our experience in Indy, and we did quite a bit of research before we did that, and didn't really identify any greater likelihood of crashes in the research. And the system in Indy has only been open for a year, so the sample size isn't huge. But I did go back and double check with our operations folks in Indy, and they confirmed that they are not aware of any issues that have happened at that location, either with the bus or between cars behind the bus.
Great, thank you. And then in terms of the shared off-peak parking bike lane, would that be the same, basically what we have what we have today in terms of width, or would that be a different configuration?
It'd be the same. Yeah, there'd be no change to the lane widths or configuration markings other than that stations.
And then on the station expense figures, I'm assuming that's just for a kind of initial construction figure. Do you have any sense of the savings that would also produce in terms of ongoing maintenance, especially I'm thinking in terms of snow removal kinds of maintenance if with a reduced number of stations?
Yeah, again, I can speak to that again, just from my experience in Indy, is that, it's the one platform is slightly larger, so it may be slightly more expensive to maintain that one than it would be a single side platform station, but just the act of having fewer of them makes it significantly easier. And I think that's probably for snow shoveling and things, that's a relatively minor thing. Probably the more significant thing is around the electronics, and that's really I think the bulk of the cost savings. Is that you don't have to duplicate all the real-time signs and ticket vending machines and the cameras and all of that. And that's important from a capital and a maintenance perspective, because those systems aren't designed to last 30 years like the structure. And so it's likely that those have to be replaced on a fairly regular basis. And ticket vending machines, in particular, have a high rate of failure and a lot of maintenance. And so being able to have fewer of them simplifies things a lot.
That's great. It might be worth just doing kind of a rough calculation, including that in some of the presentations going forward. I think it's worth calling out the kind of ongoing impact of fewer stations. And then lastly, I'll just, I guess, provide two quick reactions or comments. One would be, I think there's some other advantages in terms of reducing East Wash capacity down to 2 travel lanes during off-peak hours. I think that's really consistent with our Vision Zero work and could actually really help in a lot of ways. So I think that's an additional benefit that might be worth calling out. And then also eliminating the left turns as well. While it could have a negative impact in terms of access for some folks, obviously left turns are one of the more problematic movements. So I would expect that could also have a positive impact on safety, just getting rid of some of those as well. So I wanted to add that in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Baltazar, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just, going back from my own experience about riding in that, about East Washington. Is there, and I know you already mentioned this about, some of these bike lanes being lost. Is there? I'm just trying to figure out and imagine where we are going with, as transportation changes. I am from a city in Mexico where they have the BRT, they have great transportation, but they also have people getting killed practically once a week, especially bikers and pedestrians. So I'm just getting concerned about the fact that, we are losing some of these bike lanes. The way how we are thinking and building these seems to be maybe not as confusing to the driver, but as very confusing to either the pedestrian and the biker. So I don't know if there is much that we can do in that area. It just seems like if, when I hear that we are losing bike lanes in a city that doesn't have much, that what we wanted, it's like where we might be going backwards, especially an avenue that is, there is a lot of folks who might benefit by feeling more safety, more secure in that area. And I know you already mentioned this is like the best of the worst, but I've just, I don't know what other cities are doing. I know what's happening in my own city in Guadalajara, people getting killed because of BRT, because of all the changes in traffic and all of that. You cannot, my city is 5 million of people in Guadalajara. Obviously, we cannot compare that to Madison, but, we might be going that way. And I think if we have the opportunity to change that, it will be great.
So I think you hit it on the head in that the main differences between the two alternatives that we're really looking at right now has to do with the bike lanes and the parking. So as it was proposed, we would lose the parking and then the bikes would share the lane with the bus. And so there's a conflict every 7.5 minutes between a bus and a bike right there. That's not a great, and that's kind of a 24/7 arrangement. The bikes would share a lane with the bus. With what I think we're moving towards is that west of Milwaukee Street, the bike lane would remain except for 3 hours during the rush hour. So that bike lane would remain, like in the evenings and weekends and during the midday, but on the rush hours, it would be gone. For a portion of East Washington, there is a parallel facility, with the Capital City Trail and then the Mifflin Bike Boulevard, but it kind of takes us halfway through the corridor, but it doesn't really take us all the way through the corridor. East of I think east of Milwaukee Street, Highway 30, the bike lane remains. So the real difference is kind of west of Highway 30 and Milwaukee Street. And I think you, Baltazar, I think you captured kind of the main difference well.
Thank you. Thank you, Baltazar. Thank you, Tom. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I think that might have just answered one of my questions. I just wanted to clarify why, you probably said it, but why we're going with the side running on the east end? Is it because in order to preserve, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, it's mainly, so it's mainly because of the terminals. So westbound, sorry, let me bring up my map. So westbound, we turn right on Mendota Street, and so we want to make a right turn, and so it's easier to make a right turn from the right lane than the left lane. That's not to say you can't, but it eliminates the station on the left side and mixed traffic, and then we can turn right from the right lane going westbound. And then at the end of the line here, we can't make a U-turn from the left lane. We can only make a U-turn from the right lane. If that U-turn doesn't work, all of the other two alternatives we have for turning the bus around also kind of require us to be in the right lane. Reasons.
Okay, thanks. Just buried in the details, I guess. Let's see here. On the mixed use, the temporary mixed use lanes where there would be the center lane would be mixed sometimes. Are there examples of that you'll be able to point to when the need arises?
Justin did that in Indianapolis, and he took a video of it. So I'm going to share Justin's video. Do you mind if I brag on you, Justin, and share your video?
Sure.
Okay, so
and I'll clarify though that this is a full-time mixed traffic. It is not a part-time mixed traffic like that. So it's not quite the same, but.
Here's yeah. So the main concern with what we had, without doing this, we would have to weave back to the right side of the road, serve 3 stations, and then weave back to the left. And so that's what we wanted to avoid.
And how would the part-time ones be? How would you know that it was closed off to traffic during certain periods of time?
We would have a dynamic lane designations. And so I believe in year 2022 or 2023, the belt line will actually be opening and closing shoulder to traffic. And they'll use a lane delineator that will either have a red X or a green arrow. And so that's kind of being introduced into the Madison already, for 17 miles of the belt line. So we're thinking we would introduce a dynamic lane marking system on East Washington, or it's how many miles is this? Would this be about 3 miles where it's mixed, Mike?
Oh, yeah, I think it's less than a mile.
Okay. So,
yeah, it's a mile at most.
Yeah. So
maybe a little more.
And
Okay, cool.
the reason for that is that, Justin just mentions that more comfortable for people to be in that center station if there's not traffic adjacent to that station 24/7, right? And so, and then I think Alder Foster also mentioned that right now, with the speeding that we're experiencing on East Washington, having reduced capacity during off-peak could be an advantage. Slowing speeds and just keeping traffic more sane.
Thanks. On the fact that the center running lanes would preclude non-BRT buses from using those routes, is that something that the folks at Jarrett Walker are aware of at this point? And like we're okay moving forward on the route study with that consideration?
Yeah, we've told them, BRT can kind of operate ways. Yeah, that does give them some limitations, but that's okay.
Cool. One last little thought for Mike on the loss of the pedestrian bump outs that you were kind of downplaying. I think I wouldn't downplay it as much. I think that it is an issue for folks. But on the flip side, I think the fact that the center area is going to be a much more comfortable place to stop halfway is a bonus. And the fact that folks won't be running the full distance of the street to try and catch a bus. So sort of, I think the pros of that. Thanks.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Badri, go ahead.
Thank you, Mike. This is a really good presentation. Actually, I had so many questions on the central running. I think it explains a lot with the presentation. I'm a heavy bicycle user, and I had the same concerns that everybody's raising. I think that you guys going to come up with more solutions for that. Most of the questions already raised, and one of the things I have wanted to understand is the public input process now. The original plans had a different when we took the initial public feedback, right? So is that new process now? What is the process for public feedback on this new central lanes and no left turns on busy streets like Dickinson, Baldwin, and there's going to be a lot of businesses, probably like Festival and all of those businesses. There is no left turn there. Is going to be having some complaints from businesses and all.
So we have a public information meeting for BRT on the 22nd, the general one, which will present this. And then we're doing a separate meeting for Isthmus, and I don't, Tom, do you know if we've nailed down a date for that or not?
That's the 16th of November.
Those are in person only, or is there a?
They'll be Zoom.
Zoom then, okay.
All right, thank you. Badri, is that all you had for at this point? Looks like it.
Yep.
Okay, Alder Kimball, you're up next. Please go ahead.
Just a simple question about the doors on the buses. Do all BRT buses always have doors on both sides? Or do we have to get different buses that can run center and side on the same routes?
You can order them either way. The main drawback of the left side doors is that you trade the doors for a couple of seats. But so we'll just order the buses with the doors on the left side.
But won't they need to be on both sides if they're going from the center to the? Yeah.
No, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah, you can get them either on right side only or both sides. You can't get them left side only.
Okay, and so how many seats do they lose?
I don't know. A normal 60. 60-foot bus has on the range of 50 seats in it, I would guess you maybe lose a pair for each door, so you might lose 4 to 6 seats.
And does that factor into any of the decision? Like, do we think these buses are going to be fully loaded in certain times, and would that restrict the capacity significantly, or is it not an issue?
I wouldn't say the capacity is terribly affected, because those seats, people would just be standing instead of sitting. There is potentially some capacity loss because we don't want people standing right next to the doors. But, a 60-foot bus can probably hold in the range of 70 or 80 people. So, if you're losing a couple, unless we really have issues, I think that it's a relatively low amount of capacity that we're losing, considering that we're gaining essentially 50% capacity by upgrading from a 40-foot bus to a 60-foot bus.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Thank you. Margaret, you're up next.
Yeah, question. This may be, I don't know if this is for Justin or Tom or who, but Justin and I were talking about the fare-free study that's going on right now. And I'm curious, if we were to go there, well, first, is that study going to take into account the possible cost savings of not needing to do fare boxes for the BRT? And if we were to go fare free, would that change any of your thinking about center running versus right lane?
I think the fare-free decision is an independent decision, but I think your statement regarding the costs associated with fare equipment is a good one and needs to be considered. Justin, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'd second that I really view these as independent decision points. The only thing being that obviously if we don't have the ticket vending machines for fare equipment, the cost benefits of center stations are slightly less. But I would still say center stations are still measurably more cost effective even without the fare collection equipment considered.
Is that true both for the capital budget as well as the operating budget? Given how frequently you were saying the fare card readers need to be replaced versus the replacement cycle for bus shelters.
Yeah, so the cost savings per station area of a center station, we're probably looking something at least in Indy, a center station cost us $600,000 all in, and a curbside pair cost us $1 million all in. So they were basically $500,000 each. So the cost savings was $400,000. The ticket vending machine was only about $20,000 of that. So it was a fairly small portion in the scheme of it.
And then one last question. Do you have I'm a little concerned about the confusion for drivers, for everybody, basically, with portions of this route being center running all the time, dedicated lane, other sections being mixed traffic, or changing depending on the time of day. In addition to the overhead signaling for lane changes as on the belt line, is there anything else envisioned in the way of safety or lane use enforcement, bollards, median strips, et cetera. I mean, how would this be enforced if you're trying to keep cars out of the bus lane, the sections that are dedicated to bus all the time? How does that work?
I'll give an initial response, and then Dustin, you can add because you. We'll use some type of red marking that designate the bus only sections to the extent that we can. We're hoping that the overhead dynamic lane markers will be effective. In many ways, many drivers don't like to drive behind a bus, right? In fact, many drivers just choose to drive in a lane that's not in the bus lane because they know they're going to be stopped every half mile. As far as enforcement, I think it probably will be difficult to enforce in the mixed traffic, particularly that when we're changing. But probably if we were going to direct enforcement activities right now, I think we're having speeding problems, and we would probably focus those resources towards speeding rather than that. However, if you were to compare it to curbside, think of how many Amazon and FedEx delivery trucks there are in a right lane, for 2 minutes at a time or the like. And I think we would have similar enforcement problems trying to police a bus lane on the right that would be used for deliveries. So, I think we have enforcement with maybe people using the bus lane, but then we have enforcement problems with people that are parking in the bus lane for deliveries. Justin, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think that's spot on, and that's a big portion of why I have advocated for the center lanes. Is that, in my experience, actually the center lanes were fairly easy to enforce. I think the population in Indy, I would say, are less respectful drivers than they are here, from what I've seen so far.
You got me better.
And there was a big concern around people's willingness to actually follow the rules. But I would say they've been the center lanes have been self-enforcing in many ways, and that really has not been a problem, surprisingly, people driving in the bus lane. The curbside bus lanes have been the opposite. They are a nightmare to police. Because, as Tom mentioned, every delivery truck and Uber driver and whatever else is constantly stopping there. And when the bus gets stuck behind a stopped vehicle, rather than if a car is in the bus lane in the left lane and the car is moving, that's not really that big of a deal. It's really just the volume of cars we want to avoid. However, when a car is stopped in the right lane and the driver is not even in the vehicle, and there's a lot of traffic and the bus has to merge into heavy traffic to go around that vehicle, that's a big problem. And so where we had curbside lanes in Indy, they were very difficult to enforce. And frankly, our drivers just stopped using them. They just would drive in the general traffic lane next to it because the police were not going to tow that vehicle in any amount of time that would make sense for them to be in that lane. So it was a big challenge.
All right, thank you. Alder Foster, you're up next.
I think just a couple extra points I wanted to make on this last one. I think also we should remember that the original proposal was shared with bikes as well. So in that category of sort of obstacles from the perspective of a bus operator, it's probably less impactful to have an errant driver in the left lane than a cyclist at 10 to 15 miles an hour. So that also has an impact. I was also going to mention to Chris, you brought up the point about the network redesign study and expecting that we would then not have sort of shared service with local buses on these routes or on East Washington. And in some ways, I actually think that might be a great constraint for us to have and for the in that work, so that we really are smart about not duplicating services and really rely on the BRT kind of spine route to serve the needs there, and hopefully allow us to deploy our services a little bit more thoughtfully across the rest of the city. And then the last note I just wanted to make in terms of what both Baltasar and Badri brought up about the impact on the cost of bike facilities. I would assume staff has kind of at least done an initial review of sort of that impact and alternate routes. And I wonder if that's something that could maybe be pulled together, is actually map out what the kind of best alternate routes would be for especially this stretch of East Washington, along with any kind of recommended potential improvements to make that alternate as good as possible. Because, you know, obviously it would still be there except for rush hour, but, you know, if and when we get back to more of an 8 to 5 kind of world, obviously a lot of the bike travel also happens during those rush hours. So having really solid alternatives, I think, would be important to build strong support for this.
Yeah, so we did have a tool design group provide a memo specifically for East Washington. They did it perhaps just about maybe 10 or 11 months ago while we were still side running, because we knew it was a diminishment in the bicycle facility. But I think almost all of the conclusions of the memo would still be valid. So we could bring that out.
Yeah, I think that would be good. And again, if there's any, you know, specific pain points or recommendations to make other adjustments to improve whatever those alternate routes might be, I think that'd be something to consider in this context as well.
All right, thank you. Robert, you're up next.
Thank you. This is probably pretty far afield and maybe disallowed under Wisconsin law. Traffic cameras for law enforcement purposes. I forget what's allowed. No, I see Alder Foster shaking his head. There's nothing there that we can say, hey, if we see somebody parked in a location they shouldn't be, that's interrupting all of our traffic patterns, there's nothing we can do with traffic cameras to fix that. Okay, I'm seeing no. I'm just going to shut up now, but it was thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, I think New York even has them on the buses themselves, but all right, thank you, Robert, for bringing that up. Unfortunately, I don't think we can do that. Alder Kimball, you're up next.
Well, there can't be anything done automatically, but those cameras can be monitored and enforcement can be sent out. But we just can't automatically generate tickets from cameras. But, you know, the police and traffic engineering obviously, you know, do use those cameras real time to monitor.
Thank you, Alder Kimball. Robert, your hand is still up. I'm assuming it's from before. Okay. Any further questions, I guess, or brief comments on the East Washington portion? All right, seeing none, I guess we move on to the next portion.
Okay, thank you. Share my screen here again. Okay, so University Avenue. So now we're looking at this stretch of University Avenue between and University Bay Drive. Should be reconstructed in 2022, or at least half of this will be reconstructed in 2022. About 54,000 cars a day, so pretty significant. 3 lanes each direction. Has bike lanes west of Midvale, I believe, but not east of Midvale, and won't plan to be added. So alternative one is I'm getting it. Is that me? I'll just continue. Alternative one was buses and mixed traffic on the right side, on the curb side. That was sort of always what we were assuming, at least back years ago. We looked at BRT in a dedicated lane here. And so it would essentially just again shift the lane be in the same places, but we would just sign the middle lane bus only with stations in the middle, similar to East Wash. That would alternatively would have come with 3 left turn restrictions eastbound left at Midvale, which may have been able to have been accommodated, but maybe not. The other 2, I think, definitely would have had to be removed. The westbound left at Shorewood onto Hill Street, and the westbound left onto Farley Avenue at University Bay Drive. One major consideration here, similar to East Wash, is that we have multiple jurisdictions that have jurisdiction over this road. Dane County has jurisdiction west of about Shorewood Boulevard, and east of there, we split. The city of Madison splits it with the village of Shorewood Hills. So we have to coordinate with those partners. We looked at the travel impacts of taking away on University Avenue and essentially removing 33% of the capacity. There would have been some substantial diversion onto Lake Mendota Drive on the north side, and then Bluff Street corridor on the south side. And then fairly substantial increases in travel time during the rush hour when the 3 travel lanes in each direction are needed the most. We held both 100% traffic volumes and 83% traffic volumes, which is where the traffic volumes were at some point due to the coronavirus impacts of travel volumes. So the recommendation is continue with the current proposal, alternative 1. Initial meetings with stakeholders indicated strong concerns regarding traffic diversion, suspected business concerns over eliminating the left turns. Again, we don't have the same grid pattern we have on the west side as we do on the isthmus. 3 jurisdictions would have fully endorsed lane reduction plan by early 21, not jeopardize the federal funding, includes revisions to environmental documentation. Despite some dissatisfaction, the current proposal went through a public process with multiple stakeholders and is approved by the village. And then side running does not preclude the dedicated BRT lane in the future. So we could build the stations on the side, and then if the decision in the future is to add the dedicated lane, we could add the dedicated lane on the right side in the future. Okay. Any questions there?
Questions for that section? Alder Foster, go ahead.
Yeah, I think just one question. Was there and I had to step away for just a brief second, so I hope I didn't miss this in the presentation, but was there any evaluation of left running in mixed traffic? So that I think you'd have some of the advantages, obviously not all of them. You'd have some of the disadvantages in terms of left turn movements, but was that ever one option that was considered?
We didn't look at that option. I think the reason was in that section with the very high traffic volumes and turns and things that it just wouldn't work as well. Again, we only had a couple stations on East Wash where we decided to go with that, and they're relatively low use stations. And again, we also part of the issue was the removal of left turns. I don't know, Tom or Justin, do you have anything to add?
One other thing is that we will be on the sides on Campus Drive. Right now, our proposal is to be on the sides of Campus Drive, so it just makes sense to kind of stay on the side as you go into that section of University Avenue.
Yeah, that's a good point. We had looked at several different types of cross sections going onto Campus Drive, and part of them included live traffic lanes very close to the railing on the bridge and so forth. I think this will work a little better.
Justin, it looked like Justin had something to say. Did you want to?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Transitioning. We'd be curbside running both on Sheboygan and on Campus Drive, going into campus area, and so especially without the prospect of dedicated lanes, I think it makes sense to kind of keep it a little more constant for our drivers, and not ask them to be switching back and forth. From one section to the next, try to keep it more contiguous.
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right, Chris McCahill, you're up next.
Can't really.
Go ahead, Chris.
Double muted. Can you explain again the model results that you showed? So I'm seeing 100% traffic refers to current traffic levels if they were at 100%, and 83 would be like what we're experiencing now.
No, Mike had that slightly off. So the 100% is basically the 2018 volumes, and then 83% is the volumes that would be experienced if capacity reduction occurred. And so,
okay.
Yeah. And
why are they associated with alternative 1 and alternative 2 then? Or are they not?
Well, because alternative 2 is associated with a capacity reduction. So if we did a capacity reduction, traffic would go other places, right? Like some of it goes, we did a demand model. And so the resulting traffic volume that would be on University Avenue with alternative 2 is only 83% of what is occurring right now, right? Because if you take away the lane, traffic goes other places. So then what we do is we model the traffic operations on University Avenue, assuming that 17% of that traffic uses other corridors. Okay, and then the delay, then we compare the delay of a capacity restrained University Avenue corridor with the non-capacity constrained University Avenue corridor. So I think it's a fair way of apples to apples, although I'm not making
okay. But so 100% refers to a forecasted volume?
No, we did not use forecast volumes. We only used existing volumes on this.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry for missing that detail there. Getting it wrong.
All right, further questions or brief comments on this section? Seeing none, Mike, go ahead and proceed to the next one.
Okay. Whitney Way is next of the four segments that we're going to talk about. This is a relatively short segment, but it's also very interesting. It's a mile and a half long, about 20,000 cars a day. We have 2 stations on it, one at Regent Street and one at Mineral Point Road, at the West Transfer Point there. We have a handful of signals. We would need to add a traffic signal at the intersection of Sheboygan and Whitney Way so that we can make the westbound left turn there. Currently, most bus routes avoid that intersection because they can't reliably make the westbound left. But we don't want BRT being circuitous, so we would add a traffic signal in there, and that would be the most efficient way to go through there. So this is what it basically looks like today. 2 travel lanes, median left turn lanes, and shared parking and bike lane on the right hand side. I'm going to mention. Oh, there's kind of 2 segments of Whitney Way. the South Hill Drive, which is this street kind of right in the middle of it, it's kind of how I showed it. It's residential, 2 travel lanes each way with the bike and parking lane. And then south of South Hill Drive, basically the same cross section, but it's 3 lanes each direction. No parking, no bike lanes. So this is north of South Hill Drive. Again, 2 lanes each way, median left turn lanes, parking bike lanes. Alternative 1 would have the bus in effectively the middle lane, which is the right-hand travel lane. Lane could either be marked bus only, or it could remain in mixed traffic. And so that would be this middle lane here. We could either just operate in mixed traffic, or one, I can't remember which is which. I think 1A is dedicated lane, 1B is mixed traffic. And so that's what this is what it would look like. Even in mixed traffic, what we would do is we would build bus bulbs at the stations here. So we would fill in the curb where the station is. And that way the bus would stop in lane without having to pull out of the travel lane. It would stop, serve the station, and keep going. Important thing to remember here is that on Whitney, this is effectively the only traffic signal that we serve. So even in mixed traffic, this would be a pretty good operating environment for us. The in-lane stop is a big improvement. But either way, kind of depending on how the traffic volumes return, we could just go ahead and stripe this buses only, or we could leave it mixed traffic. It's basically the same road. Alternative 2 is we keep the 2 travel lanes each way. We remove the bike and parking lane on the right and replace it with a shared bus, bike, and right turn only lane. And there are a couple issues with that we do not recommend that alternative. One issue is that the north-south bike accommodations in this area of the city are quite poor. We have Seago Road and its bike facilities, but they're I think on the order of half a mile away. Road here is not great, and the local street grid is highly disconnected compared to on the Isthmus, where we have Mifflin Street, we have Dayton Street, we have the Isthmus shared use path, and so forth. And there's, because of the residential nature here, it's very difficult to put any kind of other facility in there. There are some other issues. The road actually is a little bit narrower north of South Hill Drive. And so I just think it would be very, very narrow for us to try to operate in that curb lane. There are trees that seem to be a little bit lower and bushier than other trees in the city. And so alternative 2, the other thing to mention about alternative 2 is the stations would be at Regent Street up here, would be essentially in front of single family homes in terraces that are not wide enough to accommodate a BRT station. So we would have to purchase property from those people, and it just really wouldn't work in front of a house like that. Again, with alternative 1, we bump the curb out into the travel lane, and so we have plenty of space that way. Alternative 3 is we do the center running where we, kind of similar to East Wash, we convert the center lane to bus only. We have the stations in the middle at Regent Street and Mineral Point Road. And then we keep the bike lane and parking where it is. I know that, similar to alternative 1, has a 3A and a 3B, where we could operate on the left side and mix traffic and stop in lane, or we could sign it bus only. It really wouldn't make much difference. And then in both alternatives 1 and 3, we're looking at the option of removing parking along this stretch and replacing it with instead a buffered bike lane. And because the parking in this stretch is not used well. It's mainly single family homes with off street parking. And so we think this is potentially a way to improve bike facilities on Whitney Way. So this is kind of what this would look like. This would again be like Regent Street, for example. We would probably do this chicane movement where we'd have a center platform in the middle, and then we would have the buses with this left turn would be protected only and go outside of the bus lane. So the left turns would be preserved, and this is kind of how we would do it. Mixed traffic scenario, I think, would look a little bit different than this, but basically the same. So south of South Hill Drive, in either case, we have 3 lanes going each direction, and we really don't need 3 lanes in each direction. So in alternatives 1 and 2, we would convert the right-hand general purpose lane to bus, bike, and right turn only. And then in alternative 3, we would convert the center lane to bus, bike, and right turn only. So one of the advantages of the side running in this section south of South Hill Drive is that we get some facility for bikes. It is a shared bus, bike, and right turn only lane, but right now there's no bike facility at all. So we see this as some kind of improvement for bikes on Whitney Way south of South Hill Drive. So again, we looked at the 3 alternatives, and I'm not going to go through this chart in detail. Just another thing that I want to point out is this also has that kind of turn issue where in either direction we're making the northbound right-hand turn on Sheboygan, and southbound at some point we're likely making a right-hand turn. So there is some weaving with the center bus lanes that wouldn't be there with the curbside bus lanes, but realistically, there's plenty of space to make the merge and things like that. So it's not really a deciding factor in our minds. I think so. So again, in this section, I think we are sort of between alternatives 1 and 3. I don't think we really have a preference at this point or a recommendation. I think we're going to kind of show the both and show that alternative 2 is kind of not feasible. And I think that's all I have, unless Tom or Justin had other thoughts.
I think we would be interested in the board's comments on this. Alternative 1 has the advantages of center running, but alternative 3 would provide some type of bike accommodation south of South Hill Drive.
You reversed it, but you're correct. Running, and
that's right. I reversed it. That's right. That's 3/4 of a mile that currently has no bike accommodation, and so at least with 1A, there would be a bike accommodation. But with alternative 3, there would be the advantages of a single station, constructing a single station in the median versus 2 on the side.
Yeah, the only thing I'd point out is that on the side running option here, that this would be a floating floating bus lane. So the right turns would be sort of outside of it, so we wouldn't really have to deal with the parking and right turn conflicts as well as the bike conflicts as we would with on say East Washington. And then the other thing I just want to mention is that we have these bike bypass lanes shown. So the bikes would be, in the what's now the shared bike parking lane or buffered bike lane, if that's the direction we go, and then they go around the back side of the stations. So we eliminate that kind of leapfrog issue with the bikes, and they have a continuous path. We have a continuous path. We don't have some of those conflicts that we have on some of the other side running corridors.
All right, looks like we have a couple of hands up. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thanks. On that last point, Mike, I know we've got the bike bypass proposed and approved for the Broom Street project, and I think that's a good implementation. My worry and concern here is that other than that, the snow maintenance is going to be done by standard plows plowing the whole street, and they're not going to be able to clear that. So it will, and I think it's going to be tough from a maintenance perspective to get separate and different equipment out there just for clearing out those bike bypasses. So I think that's actually a pretty significant consideration in terms of just our ability to maintain those in the winter. So something to maybe think about. And then on the southern section where there's no bike facility and sort of the trade-off between mixed versus none. I don't know if you're able to pull that cross section back up, but I guess my question is around what the overall width is there and how much width we need minimum for the center station. And it looked like there were some, a little bit wider lanes and a pretty generous median. Is there any opportunity to squeeze in a separate facility there rather than just having to choose between a shared bike bus and no bike facility?
My recollection is that it's 33 feet of pavement and then 2-foot gutter pans on each side, so 30 face to face. That'd be pretty tight. I know we looked at that on Mineral Point Road, which I'm going to talk about too, but I think our conclusion was that there wouldn't be enough space without rebuilding the curb at least.
How does the median, I guess, it looked like it was pretty generous. Was there not an opportunity to steal from the median in order to accommodate that?
I don't know the width of the median offhand. My intuition is that if you reconstruct the street, you could probably squeeze them in.
Okay. Yeah, maybe take a look at it again.
Yeah, we could maybe look at that. However, right now in our budget, we don't have a reconstruction of the street in the budget, but we could evaluate how much that would cost. One item also is, as we're looking, we're going to be looking at Mineral Point Road where we're exploring a side path on Mineral Point Road. That's not as much of an option here because we don't have an established bikeway. Because we don't have an established bikeway south of South Hill Drive, some of our eminent domain powers might be more limited.
Yeah, I think obviously, something better than nothing on the one hand. On the other hand, I feel like our current shared bike bus facilities, at least for a more confident rider, work pretty well. But I'm not super confident that it's going to be a great mix for BRT, especially if we're able to get them on a higher frequency. Obviously, I don't think it's going to be great for the BRT, but also for the biking. So just in general, I'm maybe a little bit less enthusiastic about shared bike bus in terms of a BRT route than I might be for kind of a regular service bus. Thank you.
All right, Badri, you're up next. Go ahead.
Mike, so my question is on the Sheboygan and Whitney turn there. Yeah, that signal, added traffic signal there. I thought the current one actually from Sheboygan, the buses turn on Eau Claire and then coming on the Regent Street, right?
Yeah, that's how they do it today. They'd make a left on Eau Claire and a right on Regent Street. And that would work, but it's messy. There's, Eau Claire is 1-lane street. There's a lot of people that park there, and so we're kind of dodging parked cars. Adding the traffic signal is...
There's more room for central lane one, if that one thing consider, and then also on the Regent Street also, I thought there is more room on the Regent. Or if thinking about any stations in the middle there.
You're suggesting looking at keeping that route on Eau Claire and Regent?
Yeah, yeah. Is that any alternative that you guys looked at there?
I mean, it's definitely an alternative. I mean, if we couldn't make this route work, that's what we'd sort of have to do. We wouldn't have any stations between the Eau Claire station and the Regent Street station, so it's just kind of about how can you get from point A to B the fastest and most direct with fewest turns and limited friction. And I think going straight across and making a left turn would easily be the fastest and most direct.
Yeah,
and that's sort of why
I'm a little bit concerned about the signal at the Sheboygan because there is a back-to-back signals there. The old road, it's always confusing there coming from that, and it's very small distance from that signal if you put a signal here.
Yeah, it is a short distance. It's shorter than kind of you'd like. We did talk to our traffic engineers, and they seemed sort of open to it. If it failed, we could actually do some channelization changes where, we have a median break with kind of a merge lane that we could actually make work without a signal as well. So even if we can't get the signal there are still ways to make it work.
Okay.
But yeah, your point is taken, and if it doesn't work, we could go stick with the Eau Claire Regent route. It's just it's 2 extra turns and it's fighting with parked cars.
Yeah, Eau Claire that's more residential area and more apartments and everything. So I thought maybe there is more room for stop somewhere at the Regent intersection or Whitney Regent intersections there. So if you're thinking about a station, I think that's probably another best location.
All right. Any further questions or feedback for staff at this point for this section? Seeing none. All right, Mike, move on to the last section.
Moving on. Okay, so Mineral Point Road, we are on Mineral Point Road between about High Point, just before the Beltline, and Whitney Way, possibly Rose Road, but more likely Whitney Way. We have stations at the purple oval areas, stations on the corridor, 6 if you include the Whitney Way station. We have bus lanes on Mineral Point Road today. They're the shared bus, bike, and right turn lanes. We have that space to work with, at least again, Center Running Station. So this is Mineral Point Road. This is the shared bus, bike, and right turn lane. The alternative one, the original proposal would have kept the bus, bike, and right turn lane with side stations. We're now looking at converting that to median lanes. So the 2 left lanes would be converted to bus only. And then the right lane would be converted from bus only to general purpose traffic. Alternative 2 would simply call that that point. Cyclists would again lose what facility they do have, which is a shared bus and right turn lane, and they would be in mixed traffic. That's again quite problematic for the same reasons as Whitney Way, and as there's really no other alternative parallel route other than Mineral Point Road. There are ways to snake through these neighborhoods, but they're not direct. We have businesses and residents, and people do need to access some of the things directly on Mineral Point Road. And so that sort of becomes a poor looking alternative. So we said, what if we widen the sidewalk on the north side and do a combined shared use path, and then we'd have the bike facility on the north side, purpose travel lanes, and BRT in the middle. And so that's alternative. This is kind of a schematic view from the top view. So, again, your left lane is bus only. The left turns weave across the bus lane and turn left generally. And then on the north side, we'd widen the existing sidewalk to a shared use path. Most of that would come by acquiring property on the north side. In some cases, we could probably move it into the terrace. However, most of the terrace is occupied by large trees and driveways. Cases, some utilities, but it's mainly just we have a lot of trees and driveways that wouldn't work with the path, so we end up acquiring property. So here again is the schematic. Where left turns, that we would have to remove some left turns at the stations, and so the left turn bay would be filled in. The BRT buses would stop at the stations, and then there'd be enough width for the platform and the station amenities. Now, some of these left turns will have to be maintained. For example, the left turns at High Point will likely have to be maintained in both directions. We spoke with Alder Furman before this meeting, and he was concerned about several of them. And as he mentioned, he had to leave to another meeting, but he wanted us to convey sentiment, especially concerned going into Oakwood Village, that those left turns be maintained if possible. I think we'd like to explore different designs that definitely allow access to everywhere that people need access to. Most of the time, if left turns are removed, you can make a U-turn. You can get to where you're going in other ways. Well, if we can put the station on either side. So, for example, if this westbound left needed to be maintained, we could also flip this to the other side and restrict the eastbound left going into Grand Canyon in this example. Again, I tend to prefer the station on the downtownward side because it's less in direction for people. Most people are going towards downtown rather than away from it, and so they're sort of walking in the direction that they're eating anyway, and that sort of makes most sense. But we can certainly go on either side of the intersection. Here are some of the westbound lefts. Again, this westbound left at Island, I think, was the one that Alder Furman was most interested in. For example, at Rose Road, what we would do, we would eliminate the eastbound left directly onto Rose Road, and then we would introduce a U-turn just east of it. There's really no median breaks east of it, so then your path northbound on Rose Road would be a U-turn and then a right turn. High Point Road, there are ways to accommodate that, the left turn. So, again, here are some schematics on the left. We have the BRT station not using the entire median, but instead using just the median. So I know this is hard to tell from this schematic, but the left turn lane exists outside of the bus lane. We serve a narrower BRT station here, and then this left turn exists with a left turn arrow only. On the right, we have the station is split into two, and so the eastbound would be far side and the westbound would be far side. The benefits of that is that both left turns are maintained. We don't need to do any kind of special signal phasing or anything. Again, splitting the station, the benefits of center running. So we have some options. I just wanted to, kind of show that, and we're kind of laying some things out, and we're going to kind of ask people and see what the reaction is to the left turns. a lot of these, you really have to look at it with a magnifying glass and say, how am I going to get to where I need to go? If we decide, kind of trade one left turn for another, maintain them, we'll figure out something that can work for our options, and we'll get through it.
And Mike, can I chime in with one thing? Just so everybody's aware that the reason these are shown as options here, but they're not on East Washington, is the median is more consistently wide here. And on East Washington, we don't have that luxury.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, these would be a 12-foot wide, or this one here would be a 12-foot wide station, which I think is kind of as narrow as we can really go for a two-sided station. So again, alternative 2 without the bike facilities at all, I think was kind of dismissed, but looking at the comparison between alternative 1 and alternative 3, although we do have to invest into achieving the shared use path on the north side of the road, some of the costs will be handled with cost savings by doing center running compared to the side running stations. We took a look at the design, and we think it's achievable. There will certainly be some challenges, ways and things like that we'll need to work for, but it didn't seem like it absolutely wouldn't work. So anyway, our leaning at this point is towards alternative 3. It sort of has something for everybody. It's a better operating environment for BRT. It maintains most of the left turns. And left turns can be accommodated if they have to be accommodated. And on the bike side, we go from kind of a substandard facility where we're shared with buses to a better facility where we have a shared use path on one side of the road. Again, there are driveways, but they're relatively rare. There are intersections, but we sort of feel that alternative 3 has the best trade-offs. Justin or Tom, do you have anything to add? Otherwise, we'll open it up to questions.
I think you already mentioned Alder Furman's caution regarding particularly Island Drive over by Oakwood Village. He did think it was going to be a potential issue.
And I think the only thing I would add is that we talked about in one of the previous meetings, we're considering not doing the Rose Road extension, which would clear up a little bit of money in the budget to do the side path portion.
Okay, questions or feedback for staff on this section? Badri up first.
I think Justin already clarified one of my question why we didn't discuss about East Wash having that left turn, separating those stations, going east versus west. Could it be something that could be looked at wherever possible if the design permits? That way we will not eliminate as many possible left turns, not just for Grand Canyon, other areas too. I think I would see that would be one of the major concerns from business and local people will have, not able to take the left turns into their streets, right? So wherever the design permits, if we can consider that one, I think that will solve one of that major issue.
Okay, yeah, that's good feedback, and I think our feeling is that if you can eliminate a left turn lane, even on Mineral Point Road, you get a substantially wider, nicer station area, and people kind of sitting and waiting for a bus in the middle of it's essentially a busy road, compared to the utility of people that need to make a left turn, having to go a block out of their way. We sort of feel like it's worth pursuing. But again, as you mentioned, it may come up and be a hardship for people, and if we can't achieve it, then we have all options. And yeah, as Justin mentioned, if you look at East Wash, the median where the left turn lanes just start to develop, they're only a couple feet wide. they're literally like 4 feet wide. And so there's no way you could fit a station here. On Mineral Point, I think the medians are something like 22 feet wide. So even if you could do a 10-foot turn lane and then a 12-foot station or something like that. So, the difference between 6 feet and 12 feet is the difference between being able to do it and not.
And I would add one, just in my experience in Indy, the left turn restrictions were probably the most controversial part of that entire project. Unlike here, there were no medians at all. So there were no restrictions on left turns anywhere in the corridor. And so we were introducing medians and restricting turns at signalized intersections, which was people were very concerned about. But we did do what Mike mentioned, is allowing for U-turns, after the intersection. And as much as people grumbled about it, they work fine. People just go and they do the U-turn and they come back and go where they need to go. And so it's definitely hard to get over the hump of being inconvenienced, which it is an inconvenience for the drivers, there's no doubt. But it's a relatively minor one for what is a pretty significant benefit to the transit side.
Totally agree. So I just wanted to see if the design permits, one thing to consider. So.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Badri. Alder Foster, you're up next.
Thanks. Quickly, just 2 thumbs up for Alt 3. That seems obviously the way to go. And as I mentioned before, the shared bus facility with BRT doesn't seem like a real great solution anyway. And as was pointed out in the presentation, there's just really zero good alternative to Mineral Point. It's a really critical existing missing gap in the bike network. So having an off-street facility, I think, would be a huge improvement. So it seems like a great win here to get the right kind of transit facility and the right kind of bike facility at the same time. And then just one overall observation that might be good to include in a future presentation, kind of depending on the audience, but maybe just speaking to what the kind of pedestrian accommodations for getting to and from the center running stations would require, what they would look like. I could just imagine people, right now you cross the street at intersections, but when you get dropped off at that center running station, how does that work in terms of getting across the street, and how do we make sure that is a safe process for everybody? So, thank you.
Okay, good point. Yeah, one thing I forgot to mention is that conveniently our BRT project ends essentially at the belt line, where we pick up the path that exists on the north side of Mineral Point Road. So there is some connectivity to that. And the pedestrian connections would essentially work the same as crossing a street with a median. You press the button, you would go halfway, and then you would just turn left or right onto the station platform. And there would be a button in the median, which we always provide anyway. So if you coming off the platform, you'd press a button and then just cross half the street. But yeah, we can show some of those pictures.
All right, Chris, you're up next.
Thanks. Also seconding alternative 3, I think when we talk about moving the bikes off of the road, we've talked about how better that is for the people on bikes, but also I think if we have a lot of cyclists out there, which we would hope we would someday, they would be getting in the way of the buses, so that's another consideration. Just on the, I just think on this, in terms of the, I would favor staggering the left turn prohibitions. I'm getting some feedback. Instead of splitting the stops to either side of the street, and just, I think, to the extent possible, not just the cost of constructing multiple stations, but just ease of maintenance and cleaning. And I'm wondering if there's even some security benefits to having everybody sort of located in one space on one side of the intersection versus spreading people out across the intersection, just in terms of security at night and things like that.
Thank you. Good.
All right, are there any further questions or feedback on this section, or I guess any other section before we move on?
This is the last section that we were going to talk about today.
Right, before we move on to the next agenda item. Staff, is there anything that you had that you really wanted to have answered or feedback on that we maybe did not give feedback on?
No, I think we've gotten some more feedback, particularly on Whitney Way. I don't know what we can do on Whitney Way, but we'll scratch our heads some more. I do want to just say thank you for allowing us to present this, and that we are going to present this at the BRT public meeting, some of this, not in as much detail, on this Thursday. We have a meeting set up for the East Washington area, and we're still working on setting up a meeting for the Mineral Point, Whitney Way area, and that hasn't been figured out, but we'll be coming back to you the end of November or December, hopefully, where we could get it and someone be willing to support these revisions to LPA so we could introduce this into council.
All right, thanks, Tom. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Yeah, Tom, just in terms of that, especially that presentation that's focused on the isthmus, and I know you know this, but there's the concerns around the kind of runaway speeding there are still very, very high. And I really think emphasizing the benefits of the narrowing outside of peak hours would be really, really helpful for them to understand that. So maybe even just having a slide or two that kind of helps demonstrate how that would really have an effect. Because I think people are still they realize that there's been some efforts made so far to try and address it, but I think a narrowing would probably be one of the best things we could possibly do to try and address some of the bad behavior that's going on there right now.
It is, and I think that's a true aspect. Some people, though, are interpreting the narrowing that we've been doing with the traffic control as diverting some of that high-speed traffic to Johnson-Gorham. I think Johnson-Gorham are experiencing higher speed traffic. I don't think it's a result of the East Washington narrowing, but I think I don't think there's any causality. I think they're coincidental.
Yeah, I think just worth highlighting because I know it is a real concern from a lot of folks there, and I certainly see it as a significant ancillary benefit of it.
Yeah.
All right, any further questions or comments for this item? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Justin. All right, next item then is Legistar 62665, Complete Streets, a review and clarify of existing Complete Streets policy, the resolution number being 09-00997. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Yeah, so I can tee this one up, and I know we've got some other big items on our agenda tonight, so might even recommend that we kind of continue this conversation at a future meeting. But what I wanted to do is first, I guess, just make sure that everybody on the boards was aware of this this policy. So this is from a resolution that was adopted back in 2009, and as we're gearing up for our Complete Streets project coming up here, where we'll have an opportunity to hopefully get a lot better definition and specificity around what Complete Streets means for us and how we approach some of the trade-offs between the competing interests that the Transportation Commission is charged with resolving. I just wanted to highlight that this is our current stated policy around Complete Streets.
and I guess wanted to review it, especially with an eye towards, in advance of the Complete Streets work, which I think will be a fairly long and robust process. Is there any opportunity to just reinforce and clarify what this policy says already, and work with staff to answer any questions they have, but really reinforce the expectation that this is the starting point for projects. So I think specifically, I guess, in terms of the resolution stating, describing what Complete Streets is, and ensuring safe access for all users of all ages and abilities, and then resolving that that the council is directing staff to basically incorporate that safe all ages and abilities access for people walking, biking, and taking transit and driving, particularly for all new street reconstruction projects, to the extent possible. And I think this resolution may have been passed and didn't perhaps get a lot of attention after it was, but I think it represents the will of the Common Council and is the kind of standing policy of the city. And I know our former chief executive for the city publicly at times, I think, stated that he maybe wasn't really in favor of Complete Streets or didn't think it was feasible. There were some different quotes that he had, and so I have a feeling that over time, perhaps staff got the message that Complete Streets really wasn't necessarily our policy or wasn't important. So again, I just kind of wanted to bring it here, make sure that we're all familiar with it, and potentially ask staff to work on just, I guess, converting this into some kind of specific direction for staff. That for example, for a new street reconstruction project, should the expectation be that all alternatives, or at least some alternatives, include these all ages and abilities facilities for walking, biking, transit, and that if staff believes that it's not possible to do that, they would need to basically explain that and explain their rationale for why they feel it's not possible, and really be explicit when they bring a project to Transportation Commission and say, we don't feel like we can meet this standard for this project, and here's why. So I guess I'm interested in people's feedback on that, and if we wanted to kind of get into a discussion today, or if you think there'd be value in working on a draft kind of clarifying document, I'd be happy to work with Tom and others to try and put something together. But I guess just looking for feedback tonight.
I apologize. I was texting Sabrina and Yang when this came up to let them know they were on deck. As Alder Foster mentioned, we will have the Complete Streets project. The contract just got signed about a week ago. And so that will probably start off with the modal hierarchy and then the street typologies. So that will get us somewhere. But I think Alder Foster is looking for something in the gap, right? And so we could either, I guess, within the staff group, just remind staff that this is an official city policy, or there could be perhaps an affirming resolution if the board, it was a desire of alders on the board, to introduce an affirming resolution saying that this is the policy. I think I would encourage that. Right now, I'm showing my preference, right? That every street reconstruction show at least an all ages and abilities alternative, but I don't know if it should be confined to only all ages and abilities, because sometimes, like we see on East Washington, it's not always possible. But it should always be provided for policymakers to deliberate.
Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thanks. And I agree. I mean, I think this adopted policy tries to maintain that sort of, realistic flexibility when it says, to, to the extent possible. I think my hope would maybe be, again, when alternatives are put forward for consideration that don't meet the standards, because it's sort of an extenuating circumstance, right? The University Avenue project, or we're talking about East Washington, and I think all agreeing that we may need to move to something that doesn't meet this. Just again, being explicit about it and saying, here's why we're presenting this option and why we feel that we might consider that it's not possible with this, or maybe it's possible. Here's what it would mean, and that it's such a significant impact in some other arena, that's why they're bringing a different alternative forward. So to me, that would certainly meet the intent of what I'm going for. And I guess I would look to you, maybe Tom, if it's something that you think is clear enough to review with staff, I don't feel necessarily compelled to do a reaffirming resolution. I think this itself was sort of already a reaffirming resolution. But if there are questions from staff, or if it seems ambiguous in some ways, then maybe you could bring some of those questions back, or decision points that we could help clarify. I guess I could kind of go either way with it, whatever you think would work best.
I think I could, and then I'm going to kind of pull in Yang on this if he's available. Traffic engineering regularly has coordinating meetings with city engineering, and so we could dedicate a couple of those meetings just to reaffirming that all reconstruction alternatives, even a neighborhood reconstruction alternative, should be considering that. And so I think if we just maybe communicated it more broadly internally, we could address your concerns. I think like when Chris, I think, presented to the PC was it last week, city engineering generally tries to provide bike facilities, but it may not, I want to say this, it may not have trickled down throughout all parts of the organization, if you know what I mean. And sometimes that leads to reconstructions that maybe don't fully put that on the table.
Yeah, actually, we do frequently coordinate with engineering on all different projects, and we meet regularly on that. We just met Dean Avenue reconstruction project last week, and we did talk about that. I think it made a lot of sense, and for at least for Dean Avenue, we're coming up with some design alternatives that's kind of all age or abilities. So hopefully we can show that to you and others soon.
All right, Chris McCahill, you're up next.
Thanks. I was just going to say, I think this is a good idea. I don't know what form it should take, but some sort of reaffirmation. I think if there was a legacy of not taking complete streets seriously, I think that was before my time. So I commend Yang and folks on that. But there have been instances. I think I'm thinking of Park Street with the new street there, where it did take some nudging to fully consider multimodal accommodation. So I think there's cities that we can look to that have similar sort of language, where it's you must sort of rule things out before moving on. And the state of Massachusetts has something similar. So I think it wouldn't be too much to put something together.
Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Alder Foster.
Yeah, and I think part of what I'm looking to do too, and this is where again I'm looking, Yang and Tom to both of you, is I don't actually expect that staff has any issue with this, and I think most staff is very interested in doing this already, but obviously there's a lot of different pressures on projects, and there are residents who have opinions on what they want to see, and alders, et cetera, and so I think both in terms of clarifying, yes, but also, to the degree that staff needs some support to reinforce why they're putting forward, proposals and alternatives that might be very different than what is there today, and that they might be able to anticipate might cause some friction and pushback from neighbors. I think, as we just got done talking about with the BRT, all of these things are trade-offs, and I think, we are trying to be, I think, very progressive and forward thinking with our transportation policy, both in terms of transit and walking and biking. And so I also want to make sure that staff has the reinforcement and the support in terms of policy language and in terms of the policy board, so that they also feel comfortable and empowered to do what I think they probably, would be really thrilled to do, which is put forward the kind of the most progressive alternative. So again, I would sort of just look to you, and if it feels like there would be a benefit to having some additional policy passed or approved or anything like that, I would love to take that up here, just to make sure that staff is feeling supported and that they have clear direction so that they can give an answer if somebody brings it up to them and say, what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? They can just say, well, this is what we've been directed to do. So that's, as much as anything, that's kind of my intent this as well.
Okay, thanks, Alder Foster. For those of you who've looked further down in the agenda, we have complete streets as an item for future meetings. I think that it may be one that we want to kind of keep as a standing item, is complete streets update. So this is certainly something that within the scope of that we could revisit at our next meeting or future meetings too, if necessary. If there's nothing further for this item at the moment, all right, seeing none, we will move on to Legistar 62681 2021 Executive Capital and Operating Budget Review. Before we begin, I did extend an invitation to, or an invitation was extended to, I should say, TC members to join in as panelists so they could ask questions and provide feedback. This is something I think we may do more of in the future, where there are items that we review or have discussions on where there's a lot of relevancy for TC members. So I guess what I would ask is that without objection, we suspend the rules for this item to allow TC members to participate in the discussion and ask questions. I see that we have Chair Kovich and also Harold Kleems in addition to our two joint members. So unless there's an objection, we will go forward with that. Seeing no hands raised in objection, the rules are suspended for this item. So TC Chair Kovich and Harold, you are welcome to raise your hands and answer questions and participate in the discussion. Okay.
Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll run the slideshow. We're just showing the presentation that was presented to the Finance Committee for the capital budget and the operating budget, and we'll just go right through it. We'll start with the capital budget first. And so I'm going to share my screen. I have a lot of things. I must have a lot of. Hold on for just a minute.
What's your trouble, Tom?
I was not getting the exact.
There we go.
There we go. I was getting. Doesn't matter. Something wasn't working right. Now it is. We'll start with the transportation for the capital improvement program. It's perhaps one of the bigger changes. A lot of it has to do with some of the changes that we're doing in response to Justin giving us ideas. The summary, 3 existing projects were combined into the BRT budget to provide efficiencies and better competitiveness for the BRT grant, or the Small Starts grant. So basically, we had our base BRT budget. What we did is we moved Metro bus purchases from 2022 through 2024 into the BRT budget. That is something we were considering. And then we had funding allocated for a satellite facility, and that was moved into the BRT budget. And so while it made the BRT budget larger, it also increased our local share, or the non-CIG share, making it more competitive. And then bus rapid transit monies were moved from 2023 to 2022 to address the FTA requirement that monies be committed prior to reaching the project funding agreement. We're hoping to reach an agreement with the FTA in 2022. So this was the 2020 capital budget. You can see that the BRT system, which was in the transportation budget, we had a $128 million budget, of which $96 million was federal and $32 million was going to be local borrowing. We had $16 million in the Metro budget for a maintenance facility, specifically a satellite maintenance facility. And then we had 4 years of bus replacement in the Metro budget that had $32 million total, 12 million of which was federal and 20 million was local borrowing. So all together, we had 176 million, of which 108 million was federal. Now for our our BRT, we had basically on paper it looked like a 25% local match, and that would give us a low probability of obtaining small starts funding agreement. So through some advice and actually some from Justin, kind of taking some of the actions that he had implemented in Indianapolis and applying them here. We moved the maintenance facility into the BRT project, as well as 4 years of bus replacement. And so what that does is that provides us a much more competitive application for the CIG, or Small Starts program. Right now we have a 50% non-CIG match, which gives us a high probability for Small Starts funding agreement. And then if you look at the local, it also allows the CIG monies to help with those two projects, and that they help, they're available to help with both the satellite facility and the buses. And so where before you could see we had $68 million of local borrowing, by moving them into the BRT project, we have $53 million of local borrowing. So we reduce the local borrowing considerable amount. The overall project costs were reduced by 16 million, local borrowing reduced by 15 million, and the small starts request reduced from 75 to 50%, greatly increasing likelihood of small starts funding. And part of this is made possible by directing 26 million of the existing non-small starts federal funding for buses and bus facilities towards the BRT. And so this is the program description. I pretty much explained it. You can see that we have $2 million in 2021, and most of our monies are put in 2022, 148 million, so that we can enter into the project agreement with the FTA. The only other transportation item in the capital budget is complete green streets. We had 160 million, or 160,000 in the 2020 project to help us with complete streets, which will create a modal hierarchy and a street typology. We would like to integrate green streets, tree canopy, and distributed green infrastructure into the study, so that we can look at the whole right of way and all the competing needs for it. The cost for that would be about another $140,000, making it about a $280,000 to $300,000 contract. So that's what's in our capital request for 2021. And that's that for transportation. Now we have Metro, and I think Justin, you're on the line. So you want to just go ahead and give.
Sure. So as Tom mentioned, a lot of the changes here are related to moving various components over to the BRT budget, and he kind of covered that for the most part. The things that remain in the Metro budget would be our continued renovations of the 1101 facility, and those are, in my opinion, very badly needed. The facility hasn't been, it's just started the first couple phases of a multi-year enhancement that frankly is really needed. The facility is in bad shape and the maintenance has been deferred for a long time. And then the other big item is related to our technology system. In the SIP, in last year's version of the SIP, we did have $4 million in transit technology upgrades that was kind of merged into our other improvements line item. This year we've spun that off as a separate standalone item and increased that budget from $4 million to $10 million. And that's really just a reflection of bringing my experience in doing some of these technology upgrades that what was envisioned to do as part of that project really could not have been done for the budget that was given. And so we right-sized that budget, and we actually just did an RFI, request for information, on that project, and got some preliminary pricing back from several vendors. And I feel confident in that $10 million number that that'll be in the right ballpark to actually accomplish what we want to do. But it really it affects our ability to operate efficiently. Our systems are very outdated. They're pretty much all past their useful life, and not being supported in the way that I think they need to in order for us to actually operate efficiently. And so I think that's a very important project, and that would include all of our GPS coordinate information between dispatch and supervision and the drivers. They know they're on time. All the data analytics around that, ridership, as well as a fare collection system, assuming that we are collecting fares, to Margaret's point earlier. But it would include an upgrade of our entire technology system. I don't know if there's anything on the next slide. Oh yeah, this just talks individually about each of those, which I kind of already touched on. And then the only other remaining item is what we call our transit system upgrades, which are an occasional supervisor vehicle, just a passenger vehicle, and some other minor support vehicles and things.
It's 1101. And there you can see that transit coaches diesel has been removed until 2025.
Yep.
So I believe Sabrina joined us online. Sabrina, are you here to give your presentation? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, you are? Okay. I didn't hear anything, so I said, all right, I guess I'm on. Why don't you, we'll have you go ahead then.
All right. So this year's capital budget, really the most significant change is the movement of the Lake Street garage replacement project to the Horizon list. That was previously scheduled for 2023 and 2024. Currently, based on our revenue projections, there's uncertainty as to the level of reserves and funding with parking reserves to be able to move forward with that project on that timeline. So pending availability of funding sources, that project is currently on the Horizon list. Other than that, the only other project is our annual vehicle replacement program. The major change there is adding a new piece of equipment for the Wilson Street garage. And I think that mostly wraps it up for major changes in our capital budget.
Okay, Yang, are you available to go through the traffic engineering?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our capital and operating budget with you. For traffic engineering, our 2021 budget request ended up being significantly larger than all previous years, but for really good reasons. We think some of the things we propose here will significantly increase safety and sustainability of our traffic system with long-term cost-saving benefits as well. So first, a quick summary of the 2021 CIP highlights. Traffic engineering is requesting approximately $3 million for 2021. Mission Zero has been converted from a one-time capital project to capital programs with recurring expenses. That's due to the support from you and others. We also included 3 new capital project requests. The number here looks like this slide was outdated. That's three new capital projects, and also significant upgrades to 2 programs. So for new projects, we have the citywide LED conversion project added for the next 3 years for a total cost of $3.1 million. Jonathan Tunnel lighting project added to 2022 for $1 million. And also a temporary traffic control and lighting project added for 2021 for $100,000. And I will go through more details in a minute. For the 2 programs that received significant increases, Mission Zero, again, a converted from project to a program. For the next 6 years, the total budget amount is $3 million. And also, we requested $950,000 additional in 2023 to fund a purchase of a backup system. And I will explain why we need that just in a minute. Next slide, please. So first, citywide LED conversion project is a new one. The city owns about 15,000 streetlights. About half of those are maintained by the utility companies. Those are, really the ones on wooden poles, shared with other, electric utilities, for example. And another half of those are maintained by a city crew. Over the years, we have kind of piecemeal together a few projects, and so some of those already LED, but about the 6,000 city-maintained lights are still either HPS or manual highlight. So we are proposing a systematic project to replace all of those in the next 3 years for a total cost of $3.1 million. However, when the project is done, we expect to save about $400,000 each year in electricity alone. Please also note that the traditional fixtures will only last 1 to 2 years when it's burned for many hours per night. LED will have a much longer lifespan, typically 10 to 15 years. So we will also save significant amount of cost because we don't have to replace the lights much so often. And typically when we go out to do that,
it's quite expensive because you cannot just reach it by ladder. You have to bring a tow truck over there. So we believe this will reduce our energy consumption for street lighting and also reduce the cost for operation. Next slide, please. The second new project is John Tunnel lighting project. So if you drove under Monroe Terrace on John Drive, you may notice that the lighting condition there is not ideal. The lighting was designed with the Monroe Terrace building project many years ago. And at the time, it was a sophisticated system, but over the years, corrosion happens from the damage by snow and storm water. So we started to lose big parts of the system. Also the system was very specialized, and it's very hard to get parts to maintain it. So I've been cannibalizing the system just to keep some portion going, so we have some kind of lighting under a tunnel. So we're proposing a project to replace the whole system and fix some of the storm water issue. It's a collaboration between traffic engineering and the city engineering, as they will be working on the water damage portion of it. For our portion, the total cost will be $1 million. And right now, we are working on some designs and some study. The actual project will happen in 2022. Next slide. The next one is a regular program, public safety radio system. So this is for the digital emergency communication system that are used by public safety agencies, public works, also transportation agencies, like all the three agencies using that in the transportation department. We have annually about $50,000 to make small improvements when we need to upgrade certain equipment. We're requesting additional $950,000 in 2023 to implementing a backup system. But right now, all the systems are located in city county building. Lots of equipment in the basement and antennas on top, on the rooftop. So we really don't have a lot of redundancy, which is quite risky, especially with the current situation. There are increased possibilities on cyber attacks on government communication infrastructure. We have seen an attempted attack, of firebombing on CCB recently. So even if we lose power to the building, due to other natural disasters such as flooding, for extended time, we're going to lose the system. So which means our first responders, along with all other agencies, will not be able to use the system. So to have a backup system is very critical. Dane County system already have a backup system, and we want to do the same thing and build up on their system so that we can save a lot of cost. So right now we're looking at small backup system on the city's far east side, so that we'll have that redundancy in place. Next slide. Streetlight installation is a regular program that we have. So this is for computer support, replacement of painting, refurbishing of older poles, fixtures, cable, and other lighting equipment. This is also for yearly installation of new streetlights. So we want to provide accurate lighting for pedestrians, bicycles, and motorists. The total cost for next year is $610,000. Next slide. Temporary traffic control lighting is a new project. So this year has been very challenging for many of us. One problem that traffic engineering has encountered is that we simply run out of equipment to do things that we really want to do, such as to do more shared streets, to support the street eatery program, and also to safely manage traffic during those protests, to make sure that both the protesters and the rest of the public are safe. We found we simply run out of devices, and as a result, quite a few requests for shared streets, end up on our short list. But we haven't found a chance to implement that yet because those conflicts on equipment. So we're requesting $100,000 in next year's budget to purchase more equipment for that. We would also like to do more testing before we change our roadway configurations, especially for things that may be controversial and folks may have a lot of concerns on those. We can test it out first before implementing them in field. Next slide. Traffic safety infrastructure is a regular program that we have. We maintain a small amount of money in our budget, typically $50,000 each year. So these are mainly for flexibility to managing emergencies. So we use that to find the traffic control devices, traffic safety studies. Also, when we don't use them, we use them for local share of safety improvement grants, as we trying to find more money from federal state sources to help improve safety in the city. Next slide. Traffic signal installation. So this is to install new traffic signals and also upgrade existing traffic signals in the city. We regularly request some money for from general borrowing. This for 2021 request $350,000, and we also expect about $470,000 from other sources, such as through assessment districts, through private development, and also through our work for surrounding municipalities, as they has been relying on us maintaining their and help them construct new traffic signals. The total cost for next year is estimated at $825,000. Next, please. Finally, the Vision Zero program, which you are all very familiar with it, which really gears at reducing severe crashes by seeking infrastructure improvements at locations with high crash rates. We have requested $500,000 each year for the next 6 years, and hopefully more. So that gives us a total of $3 million, in this kind of 6-year budget cycle. I think that's a very worthwhile investment, as human lives are priceless. But if you really want to put a number on it, economics typically use $10 million per human life. So for the $3 million, if we can even save a life, we are way ahead. But we really hope to save many more lives than that. And eventually, we want to get rid of all the fatalities and the severe injuries in the city of Madison. So that is all I have. I believe we'll go to operating budget next. Tom, back to Tom.
Well, why don't we just accept questions on the capital budget? Well, everyone has it in their mind, and then we'll move on to the operating budget.
That sounds good. Questions for capital budget? And then just a reminder, Bill, I'm not sure if I didn't see you before. I'm not sure if you were here when we started the item, but you're welcome to answer questions or ask questions as well. All right, seeing none, we can continue. Oh, I do see one. Oh, no, it's just Tom. Alder Foster, go ahead. Sorry, they're jumping around on me here. Go ahead, Alder Foster.
Yeah, it's probably more just a point for when we maybe have our first 2022 budget conversation, earlier next year. In terms of the capital budget, would love to get into that conversation that you brought up a couple of times, Tom, about how we prioritize our overall transportation capital funding, in terms of what relative priority should we be giving to pavement condition versus, some of the more transportation related goals. So I don't think we need to get into that tonight, but just kind of putting a marker out there that I think that would probably be a good thing to have more of a conversation around in anticipation of the next capital budget season and request.
Yeah, that is in the work plan, and the mayor has reminded me that it's in the work plan.
Well, good. I'm glad I'm on the same page with the mayor on this one, where I think it is a really important one. And yeah, maybe when we do that, we might even want to bring engineering in as well, because obviously the bulk of that money right now is in the engineering budget.
Yeah. So I think late this year and early next year, we'll start to move into that and investigate it. I'm making excuses, but all these changes with the BRT have consumed a fair amount of time with, the modeling and the report writing and everything. So
there was a COVID in there too.
Yeah, that too. So anyhow, it's we're moving through things sequentially. But that is an important thing.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, we don't need to get into it tonight. Just wanted to call it out as a future capital for us to have.
All right, thank you. Ann Kovich, go ahead.
Thanks. Just a quick question with regard to the change in strategy on BRT. It seems like a really excellent way to try and improve our chances of getting grants. Is there any estimate as to how much that improves our chances?
Just 100%, right?
Yeah.
I think from a pure scoring standpoint, we're going to be in really good shape. It's between the 50% ask and our actual ratings in terms of how many people are currently riding in the corridor, it's hard to imagine that we don't end up with a medium-high rating, which is the 4th out of 5 scale. And really to get a high, there's no way we could ever get a high unless we're, New York City or Seattle or something where we're going to have 60,000 people riding a day. And so from that perspective, I feel very confident. The other perspective is, the political climate, over which I have, no control, obviously, and none of us do. So that could always go south, and no project could be funded, or the projects get very political in terms of their decision making. The last round of projects went almost entirely to red and purple states, which obviously Wisconsin is a purple state, so in some ways we could benefit from that. But obviously the decisions on which projects got funded became very political rather than merit based. So it's really hard to tell, how things would progress from there.
Yeah, really excellent strategy though, and thanks much for that, Justin.
All right, thanks for that question. Badri, you're up next.
I just wanted to give a big kudos to Justin for doing this one. Actually, I justify moving around. Your experience shows there. It's a good hire, so you proved it there, right? So, and also the technology budget too. You know the experience, so that experience you're showing here. So the 4 million was 10, right? So that's good job. Thank you.
All right, Margaret Bergamini, you're up next.
Yeah, a couple questions, primarily about the radio systems and the emergency communication systems. Some of these issues are long-standing ones, going back decades, with the integration of the emergency dispatch system and Metro and whatnot. So I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about who is served or who would be served by the backup system that you're talking about. You mentioned it was just confusing to me whether it was strictly emergency or whether it also included, streets and engineering. And I would ask if it included Metro dispatch or just the maintenance facilities, maintenance workers.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so this actually include all our users. Of course, the first responders, public safety agencies. Their needs will be critical, but we also serve all public works agencies. Such as engineering, streets, sewers, parks, and transportation agencies. Metro is a big user of the system, parking utility, traffic engineering. We also serve some outside agencies, some state users, and actual federal users. So together, we have about between 3,000 and 4,000 users. Will be relying on system. The backup system though will be smaller, of course, than the regular system. So there may be. So I think we'll primarily, if the regular system for some reason totally goes down, and we'll rely on using the backup system to provide dispatch services. Hopefully, if the users are spread out a little bit, we can serve all users. But at times we may have to prioritize. I think we'll come up with a strategy to do that. Maybe first responders first, and then like agency like Metro, streets doing the maintenance, and then maybe other users. But hopefully, all the users will benefit from the system. Even if not an emergency, just day-to-day operation, they still need that radio to function. Great question.
Right. That's part of the reason I was asking, because, as we talk about doing tech system upgrades at Metro, including our GPS systems on our buses and with our dispatch software, I'm wondering to what extent it's possible or desirable to integrate those projects, or to what extent they already are integrated, whether there are any economies of scale that could be found there. I know these are enormously complex projects, and sometimes you lose the economy when you try to pull too many people or too many agencies into the planning of things. But I'm just wondering about how much overlap there are between those projects, some of which are scheduled for next year and some of which are scheduled for 2023.
Yeah, that's a great point. So yeah, we'll be working very closely with Justin and his staff on that. Yeah, I think we also recognize that the integration of different systems would be very important. I remember touring a city bus viewing lots of equipment, behind the driver, which is amazed at how many equipment that we put on there, and hopefully, those can be integrated and simplified down the road.
And does the county have any piece of this project since they're running? I mean, the county runs much of the emergency system, and they operate the emergency dispatch, correct? So
right, yeah. They also have their own radio system, so they actually not a user of the city system.
Oh, okay.
But we have been working together, and actually we hope. So they build, they spend a lot of resource and build, center on the city's far east side. Actually, we are trying to use that space, for our backup system, just to save the cost, for us to building the housing infrastructure for that. So we have been working closely together on this.
Okay.
And we also been working on how to make the both system interoperable. So, for example, if one system goes down, hopefully the other users can jump on the other system. So.
Right. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear you use that word. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions on capital budget? Comments? Okay, sounds like we can move on to operating.
Share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For some reason, my computer said I was muted. So, as you know, the mayor asked us to submit our base proposal as well as a proposal where we could reduce our operating expenses by 5%. And that was to, I guess, address the decreased revenue from a variety of sources. The transportation department is really just 3 people, so it's maybe more simple or more straightforward. We will achieve our 5% reduction by allocating a portion of our staff time to capital projects. So while our 2021 request was 516, the executive is 486, and that will just be accomplished through, Mike and Dave and myself billing towards capital projects such as the route restructure and or the BRT study. Metro, Justin, I think you're still here.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is, sorry, a lot of words on this slide, but essentially what we're doing is because we are at currently a reduced level of service and because we have additional cleaning needs, we're proposing to take 5 of our unfilled driver positions, and keep in mind we have not been able to keep up with our staffing levels for many years, and so we currently have about a little less than 30 unfilled driver positions. So we would convert 5 of those, and I apologize for the background noise. We'll convert 5 of those into bus cleaner positions to take on a heavier load. A heavier load for our bus cleaning that is necessary during COVID now, and I think will continue to be a need as we exit COVID to build greater faith in our system. And then we would take another operator position and convert that into a new risk and safety coordinator position, and that really just reflects the increased need to manage our risk and safety incidents and staffing the emergency operations centers and things like that. that I think is just a reality now and going forward. I think we're under greater scrutiny from the FDA and to manage our risk profile, which if you remember, actually the TC, we brought a risk management plan that we had to do through the FTA, and we'll have to maintain certain benchmarks to enforce that and enact that plan. So we just need more capacity on that front. So, all that adds up to a net zero in FTEs, but we are able to, because we're planning to be at this lower service level for a while, to reduce our overtime expenditures, which helps significantly slow the growth of our operating budget. We're also expecting, from a revenue standpoint, to utilize some CARES Act funding to fill the gap for lower fare revenues that we still expect in 2021. A few other, slight adjustments in the second bullet there, just to kind of right size our projections based on a full year of the vehicle registration fee and state transportation revenues. And then we do expect to see an increase in what to our budget is the partner jurisdictions contributions of about 2.4 million. However, it's important to note that there's some of the CARES money goes directly to us, and some of it flows from us to our partners, who then pay it back to us essentially through the partner contributions. And so, at least in 2021, we expect the CARES money to take on all or most of that increase, so that our partners don't actually see an increase to their budget, but that money does still on our budget show up as a partner contribution. So, and then just the last bullet there, which actually constitutes the bulk of the change between our request and the executive budget, is just how the city is contributing debt service rather than paying it directly. They're contributing to our budget and then being paid from our budget. And then, do you have the paratransit? Yeah, that's really essentially unchanged on the paratransit side. Just some slight revisions to reflect the realities of COVID, having some reduction in expected trips given in 2021.
I believe Sabrina is on. Sabrina?
Yes.
Yes, all right, good.
All right, and hopefully my internet connection remains stable. So I'll start with just a quick overview in terms of our budget overall. We are projecting some significant declines in revenue to continue through next year. This year, we've been seeing, as a result of the pandemic, losses of about 75%, which have continued and really remain stable with little recovery since the onset. So in a typical year, we would generally anticipate revenues of around 16 million. We're projecting overall through all services about 8.8 million next year. So while in a typical year we would net about 4 to 5 million in revenue that would be added to our reserve balance for funding of capital projects such as Lake Street Garage Replacement Project. We're expecting to use probably around 5.5 million this year of reserve balances, as well as 4.8 million next year. And just as a reference point, the beginning balance at this year was 22 million in reserves. So moving on to some detail about the specific services, the garage parking service represents our largest service, and about 75% of total revenues from the parking utility. In a typical year, we would expect to generate around 12 million in revenues from this service. We're projecting about 6.5 million in 2021 as a result of continued impacts from the pandemic. So that's a decrease of 5.07 million. Also in the budget is $740,000 decrease in personnel expenses. And I think folks may be aware of some proposed staffing changes that are included in this. And that addresses really the lack of parking demand currently in our facilities without really regular daytime and visitor parking and no special events or large events occurring. We just have very little use in our facilities and again anticipate that those impacts and low occupancy will continue through next year. So as a result, we've included funding for the equivalent of 7 FTE parking cashier positions and unfunding 15.7 FTE parking cashier positions in next year's budget. Those positions would remain authorized and could be filled later in the year, but that could result in layoffs if employees in those positions were unable to find other positions within the parking utility or city. Also included in that those personnel expenses are the reclassification of 6 vacant cashier positions to address some of our current staffing needs and changes that we're anticipating through next year and beyond. So that would be the 2 additional parking maintenance worker positions, 4 customer service ambassador positions. Those would be permanent part-time. So 2 70%, 2 80% to provide staffing mostly in evening hours. And then we anticipate the daytime cashier positions that are currently funded, again, would be mostly daytime hours. And then 1 additional program assistant position that would be working in our field office to support the revenue and maintenance sections. Other changes in this service are a decrease in the estimated pilot from what was included or estimated in 2020. So that reflects a decrease in expenses of $479,000. Also, some of that change in expenses is the result of just a movement in where expenses for parking enforcement officers are shown. In this year's budget, they were reflected in the garage service, $878,000 as an expense. Those are now reflected, so you'll see an increase in on-street operations services. Next slide. So the lot parking service, this reflects a relatively small portion of our budget, about 6% of total revenues. But again, we are anticipating some significant impacts in projected revenues and of a decrease of $466,000, again, as a result of decreased parking demand. And next slide, please. The on-street parking service, this includes on-street metered operations, the residential parking permit program, contractor permits and hang tags, and then other non-revenue producing activities for on-street parking management, such as loading zones and ADA stalls. Typically, this service is about 16% of annual revenues, or about $3 million per year. Again, we're anticipating decreases here in revenues of about $1 million due to the pandemic. And then this service as well, when you're looking at some of the changes in expenses, reflect really more changes in how they're presented or shown in the budget, with some of the personnel expenses now shown in MPD's budget, with park utility revenues and offsetting those. So that's really just a change in presentation rather than an actual change in those expenses. There is a estimated decrease of $130,000 as well in payments to the general fund. the parking utility pays 10% of gross revenues to the general fund as essentially a payment in lieu of taxes. And due to a decrease in projected revenues, we're also projecting a decrease in that payment to the general fund as well. And then next slide. I think there's one more for parking operations. Tom, do you have a slide for the operations service?
Oh, okay. I guess I was saying I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't have a slide, but I'll give just a quick overview then. So that service is reflects essentially the expenses for overall administration of the parking utility. There is a decrease shown in there. 1.5 million in the decrease that it is shown when you're looking at the budget actually reflects the decrease in fund balance generated. So even though that is essentially our net revenue and what is added to our reserve balances, it does show up as an expense in terms of how you're looking at that in the budget. So that decrease is actually just reflecting a difference in reserves generated that were expected in 2020, which is now zero in next year's budget. And then also some increases in personnel expenses, as I mentioned, with the movement of parking enforcement expenses that were previously shown in the garage service that are just now reflected in this service. There's also kind of the last major change for this is 4.8 million in parking reserve funds applied are shown here. Those are reflected as revenues, and those will, although they're shown in this particular service, they're intended to fund operating deficit across all services. So that's the system-wide deficit that we're projecting to be filled with reserves.
I apologize. When we get to the discussion portion, I'll pull that slide out of the general packet from finance. I'm not able to do it while my computer's present. I will as soon as we enter the discussion. Last, I think it's traffic engineering. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Our 2021 operating budget also turned out to be much more complicated than previous years, with a few changes involved. So I'll go through each services that we have. We do have quite a few services. The first one is bicycle pedestrian services. So this is for managing the infrastructure improvements and program administration for pedestrians, bicycles in the city. Our goal is to provide safe, efficient, accessible, and equitable transportation for all users. For 2021, exact budget, the total amount is about $918,000, which includes $100,000 from a federal grant for our education outreach program. There is one major change for this service. The crossing guard program is being transferred from the police department to traffic engineering. So the total amount for the program is a little bit over $600,000. This involves 2 permanent supervisor positions, 57 hourly positions, and the related supplies. As you know, there are lots of synergy between this program and our pedestrian bicycle services. Traffic engineering has already been leading the city's safe route to school program and making different safety improvements. we have been working with the police department and transportation commission on crossing guard studies. So oftentimes what we found that when the public making requests for crossing guards or other safety improvements, they typically first came to us. We often have to turn them away and refer them to police department. So hopefully the change will streamline the process for the public. Next slide, please. Communications. Again, this is for the radio communication system that we maintain and used by the city agencies such as public safety, public works, and transportation, also outside users. The goal is to provide a reliable communication method for all these agencies during this challenging and uncertain time. The total amount for 2021 is a little bit over $1 million, and there is also a major change. We are requesting $550,000 in 2022 for maintenance of the system. The city has spent about $12 million since 2016 in capital money, to get rid of our outdated system at the time and build a new system. The vendor offered some maintenance package covered in a couple of years after the program, after the new system. Now that the agreement ends by end of the year, so we need to renew that agreement. Also, the industry is changing. So, instead of traditionally, agencies spend $10-15 million every 10-15 years also to replace a system and then spend very small money in between, and then wait for another 10-15 years, spend another maybe $10-15 million to do another to rebuild the system. The model has been more like a software service. So you pay subscription cost every year. You spend money. They always keep the system up to date, the software, also the equipment. And that's become critically important as they frequently push out software updates, equipment updates, mainly for security concerns. Again, with increased risk on cyber attacks, we have to keep the system up to date and constantly watch over it to minimize chances for attacks. The benefits of that also includes that now at the end of the lifespan of the project, you don't have to spend another $10-15 million to redo the system because you already spend a little bit of money each year to make it current. So that large sum spending at the end of the lifespan of the project will be gone. So starting from 2022, a portion of the increased cost will be funded by increasing bidding amounts to external user agencies. So right now, we charge $100 per radio per year for the product service. As you know, that's probably cheaper than some of our monthly cell phone bills that many of us receive. So we feel like we need to relook at the number to make sure that we come up with something adequately assign appropriate costs to all users. So we'll work with finance and other proper agencies on that. Next, please. Pavement marking. This is the service to maintain all the different pavement markings in the city, and as you know, we have lots of them. The total amount for 2021 is $835,000. There is one major change for this program. In 2021, we propose to cut the operating portion of our epoxy pavement marking contract, which totals at $170,000. So this is one of the efforts that we propose to meet our 5% budget cut goal. If this is approved, all the maintenance for pavement markings in 2021 will be performed with in-house staff and equipment. And we actually don't, in-house, we don't do epoxy because those require significant investment in equipment. So that will be replaced by painting. And a significant amount of the markings will probably be untouched for the next year. So there will be markings on the pavement, but will not be refreshed next year. We also allocated additional staff time to this service by looking at the previous data on how much staff actually allocate among different services. At traffic engineering, we have engineers assigned to different sections, but also we want promote cross training. So, for example, an engineer typically working on single timing will have opportunities to design pavement markings, to work on signing, safety improvement projects, so that we build up the skills for all of our employees. And at a time when someone is on vacation, the other person can fill in as needed. So we look at how much time people actually spent last year, and we made adjustments for different services. Next, please. Traffic signals services. So this is for traffic engine to provide general support, planning, design services for city agencies and also for our neighborhoods. We have also a bigger portion of this is also development review, and our goal is to continue to support the continued development of the city, and meantime trying to minimize the negative impacts brought by those rapid growth. The total budget amount for 2021 is almost $1.5 million. Couple major changes. We again propose eliminating funding for some of our employees to assist in the mapping section. And we also received increased charges for fleet services. Next, please. Traffic signals. So this is for maintaining our 350 traffic signals, 100 miles of fiber optic, dozens of traffic cameras, and also hundreds of pieces of other electronic equipment such as pedestrian flashing beacons, RFBs, and driver feedback signs, which are also called speed boards. For 2021, our budget amount is almost $834,000. One major change, again, as part of our effort to meet the budget cut goal, we propose to hold traffic signal maintenance worker position vacant for all of the next year. Next slide, please. Signing. So this is to maintain the 48,000 signs in the city right away. There's lots of signs, and things frequently happen to them, so we have to maintain them and keep them visible. Next year, we're looking at $1.1 million. And we have increased the revenue from billings for damaged signs based on recent actual trends. We also have a small increase in safety supplies to continue to support the shared street and street eater program. Next, please. So our final service is street lighting. This is to, again, maintain the 15,000 streetlights in the city. And for 2021, we're looking at about $100.9 million. One major change on that is that we have increased, again, personnel expenses by reallocating staff time based on actual data from last year. That's all I have for traffic engineering. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So questions or comments on operating? Margaret, you're up first.
Yeah, this is a question for Sabrina. Back, it's in the packet, it's labeled as page 84. But you discuss a reduction in pilot. And I'm wondering, I think $400,000 to $500,000, something like that. So I wondering how that, why that's coming about.
Sure. Most of that, other than, so 130,000 of that is of the, let's see, I think it's 600, the total, double check that, 609,000 is the total, I believe. So 130,000 of that is the payment, the 10% meter fee. And that's based on projected decrease in revenues. The other decrease is really just an adjustment based on, I guess it's not an actual decrease, so to speak, but more an adjustment with the new calculation from finance. It was based on kind of ballpark numbers with bringing the new Wilson garage online and estimating what that would be. But so that's just really, now that the calculations have been run, we have a more refined number. That's where that adjustment lies. So we over budgeted in the 2020 budget for that.
Okay. So pilot is a means payment in lieu of taxes for members of the committee who might not know that. Does that actually reflect a reduction in the estimated value of the parking utilities real estate, or?
It does not. So typically we've used a valuation of the facility cost in determining in a per space value to estimate that pilot cost, and that's calculated by the finance folks based on the assessment values. With the Wilson garage, my understanding is there is a different calculation to be used with that facility, which would be based on a revenue valuation rather than the cost basis for that facility. So it's a different calculation method being used there.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, thanks.
All right, Chris, you're up next.
My question was actually going to be what pilot was. So thank you for that explanation, and maybe spell things out like that more often if they're not obvious to all of us. Thanks.
All right, Harald, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to have us members of the Transportation Commission participate in this. I have two questions. One is about parking enforcement. So I was very happy to see the change in the crossing guard program, moving that away from the police department as this like general reassessment of what do we need police to do. And I think, as Yang has said, it makes a lot of sense to have that with traffic engineering for a variety of reasons. And I guess one other area where I know a lot of other cities have done that or are looking into that, and I thought that the mayor had also expressed some interest in moving away parking enforcement from the police department and maybe having it with parking utility or maybe with the Department of Transportation. So I'm wondering, is that something that was considered or why is it not considered? And I mean, we see the implication where like the revenue from parking enforcement then gets allocated to the police budget. So I would just like to learn a little bit more about that piece, and then maybe I'll ask my second question after that.
Sure. So currently, I guess I'll give a little bit of history. So for many years, the parking utility has funded just the sort of portions of parking enforcement operations directly related to the parking utility operations. So the folks who do the on-street meter enforcement, we've been funding those salaries for a number of years. And several years ago, the calculation was done to determine how we might charge residential parking related enforcement expenses to that program, which is administered by the parking utility. Those expenses were then added to the parking utilities budget and expensed to the residential parking permit program to track those expenses. One of the reasons for that is that the RP3 program and the fees that can be charged cannot exceed the cost of administering that program. So there was a desire by folks to be able to capture the true expenses related to that program and make sure that they were being tracked under RP3. So based on all of those expenses that have been now allocated and tracked to that program, we would be at a point where we could certainly increase that fee under statute. And then in last year's budget, the remaining expenses that were not already being paid by the parking utility, which was about half at that point between residential parking and the on-street meter enforcement, were moved to the parking utility budget, but at the time to functionally keep parking enforcement where they are at, and to look at the feasibility of moving that operation out of police department and into parking utility. So a group of a staff team, including the attorney's office and MPD and myself, have been meeting and discussing some of those pros and cons and what some of the sort of logistical issues might be. However, we've not completed that final study and recommendation at this point. So as it remains, it's still funded by parking utility, and that work is still underway.
Okay, thank you. The other question is for Justin about Metro. So I know we were awarded this CARES Act funding, which I think was around $25 million. I see in the current budget, you mentioned $3 million of that is being used to fund Metro operations. But I guess the overarching question is, we are currently running service level of 85%. And basically this budget seems to be cementing that for the whole of the next year, which to me, requires some, I'm concerned about that basically. We're cutting transit service levels by 15%. We all know how difficult it is to gain riders back once you have lost them. we have a lot of stops that are no longer served. We have areas of town that are no longer served. And I mean, I understand that we're in a difficult budget situation, but I would like to learn more. I mean, it seems like the federal funding that we received through the CARES Act was actually, in comparison to Metro's total operating budget, relatively generous. And so I would like to learn more about what the plan is going forward. I mean, are we operating under the assumption that things are going to get worse down the road, and therefore we need to kind of save some of that money? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding those. I mean, maybe those $25 million in the end actually aren't $25 million. So I guess that is my question about that. Thank you.
Sure. So I guess first I'll address the service side, the amount of service. So yeah, we're at around 85% of service right now. A lot of the service that is not running right now is the peak hour commuter type services. And obviously the number of people going in and out of downtown is just not that large right now. And so, we've elected to prioritize the service that's providing, mostly, coverage, and making sure everyone still has a path to have bus service to get downtown, even if it's not necessarily a one-seat ride. So that's kind of our existing 85% service, scenario, is that it's really built around the needs that we have in terms of how many people need to move to and from downtown right now. We will have capacity even within this budget to increase the service somewhat. I can't say that it'll be back to 100%. But the 85% service level was basically a realization that we were about 30 operators down in terms of our staffing. And that with COVID and the need to clean buses and everything, we really couldn't, continue at the normal service level. We can't, once we get to a better staffing position, which hopefully COVID will enable, looking for some silver lining to be able to hire more easily in this market. I am hopeful that we'll be able to restore some service even within our current budget. Even though we've given up 5 of our driver positions, that still leaves roughly 25 that we can still fill. And once we get those filled, we'd be able to restore more services. The longer term question around what our need for bus cleaning will be even after COVID is passed, I think is still undetermined. But I would expect that potentially at some point, years down the road, we could convert those 5 positions back to drivers. But that could probably be done through a series of attrition. As bus cleaners leave, then we would replace them with drivers. But I think for now, even after COVID, we're going to have to step up our level of cleaning just to show the public that we are, safe, clean place to be. On the CARES Act side, so yeah, it was $24 million that we received. We're obviously planning to use a portion of it next year. And in next year's budget, we used a portion of it this year as well. And we will have, after this year and next year, we'll have about $8 million or so of that money remaining. I'm attempting to keep that as really a stopgap, because we don't know how long this is going to go on. And we don't know if there's going to be another stimulus at any point. And so I'm really, as has been the case with restoring services and the finances here with the CARES Act money, I'm really trying to avoid having to backtrack on anything. So, what I don't want to do is restore service and then have to cut it because we don't have the funding. So I'm trying to be as conservative and consistent with our money just to make sure that we don't put ourselves in that position. And so we plan to have this $8 million bucket to be essentially a rainy day fund, that if for some reason things do go as we hope, which I think is a rarity these days, then we could reallocate that money towards capital expenses or service expansion or whatever. But for now, we're maintaining that as kind of a cushion in case things get worse than we expect, which is, I would say, extremely possible. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thank you. Sabrina, just following up on Harold's question about parking enforcement. I think as you said, the original goal was to kind of have that review done, ideally form, obviously 2021 budget. Where are you at? You said you're kind of still actively meeting on that. What's the timeline that you're looking at to be able to get to sort of a final answer and be able to recommend a transition?
Sure. So I'd say we, got a good way through. There are a couple, I think, legal questions still need to clarify. That might need some additional research, but certainly by the end of the year, I think we want to have that completed and the recommendation prepared.
And then in terms of you mentioned RP3, and I think I just missed that in your presentation where that kind of revenue numbers were for the residential permit programs. I guess, well, first, do they go into the parking utility budget? And if so, you also had mentioned that I think you mentioned before also that there's some room there to potentially raise those rates to fully capture the expense. Do you have those numbers offhand, or if not, would you be able to get them to me? Because I think I am interested in really maximizing that. We've raised some other fee rates across the city, and I think this is one that I'd really like to consider as a potential budget amendment.
Sure. So I don't want to go offhand. I want to double check those numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head. I can tell you that, based on the analysis done at the time when we were looking at adding those expenses, that, again, under the state law and our ability to only charge up to the amount that it costs, we were looking at around 110, I believe, per permit that the fee could be increased to. So, we could more than double the permit fee and still be under the, cost of what it takes to administer that program. And in terms of the revenues, yes, those do go directly. We have a separate account and account strings that are specific to that program to be able to track them independently, but they're essentially reflected in total revenues, but we do track those separately, and they do go to the park utility account.
Great. If you could get just a specific number, kind of maximum number that you think is realistic or reasonable to charge, and then also kind of what the total expected impact on the annualized revenue then would be if we move forward with that change. That would be helpful. And then I had a question, Yang, about the pavement markings and epoxy pavement markings. So this was, also, I think last year, this was one area that in the executive budget was kind of targeted for a reduction, and the council ultimately reinstated that funding. I guess first question is it 170 that is basically what is the reduction and what is short? In other words, is that what would be needed to restore it to current level?
That is a great question. So this reduction actually is a little bit different from last year's proposal. So last year, we also proposed a reduction in the pavement marking area, but that's for the seasonal hourly workers who goes out at night to remark all cities' crosswalks. So this year, actually, we did propose some of that as well, but assign the different services, and we'll still keep a key portion of that project, the program, and make it daytime. But the $170,000 is a new one. It's for our contracting with our service providers, for them to do epoxy. These are mainly for major roadways, lane lines, center lines, crosswalks. So which means for next year, we'll not be able to have money to do that. So if we restore $170,000 to our budget, it will restore that portion. But we'll still have, to cut the hourly seasonal a little bit. That's the $30,000 assigned to the mapping, as I mentioned, for services.
Can you just say the last part? So the $30,000 reduction in the hourly staffing is what would be missing from the standard pavement marking?
Yeah. So for pavement marking area, I guess the point, the bottom line is that if we restore $200,000, those will be will be able to match the previous years. For 170, that will give us the pavement marking contract, so we can have the contractors to do the lane lines, the continental crosswalks. The $30,000, that's the hourly seasonal. We use some of them to kind of support the mapping section. And they also do some nighttime marking. So yeah, so total we reduce $200,000.
I guess just to clarify that on that, the nighttime hourly seasonal, and what's the net impact if let's say the 170 was restored for the epoxy markings and the hourly seasonal in the mapping section was not, what would residents across the city see in terms of an impact of that?
So the impact will probably be we still have to move some of the crosswalk painters from nighttime to daytime, and we will probably have less support for mapping and updating those information. But we think the major part of the program will still be there. So definitely the $170,000 portion is the major part of that. Yeah, I know it's kind of it is confusing. And it's more confusing. The pavement marking contract, we'll still have we're going to still have a contract next year, but we'll do that through the capital budget, capital portion of it. For example, if we identify the new markings to do, such as continental crosswalks, I'm talking about new ones, and if we had to add a bike lane and have to do those markings, we still have access to the contract to do that. But the touch-up portion of it, for example, on East Washington Avenue, if the lane line got less visible after winter plowing, normally what we do is that after each winter in early spring, we have a staff go out inventory all the conditions of those markings, and we identify candidates for remarking that year. So we'll not be able to do that this year if the $100 reduction were approved by council.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I guess just for the board's benefit and the commission's, I mean, so the executive budget was presented, got initial review on both sides at finance. The operating budget will be back at finance next week for possible amendments, and then the common council will take up both the capital and the operating budget the second week of November and consider amendments, et cetera. So just sort of for everyone's benefit that if there are things that jumped out at you, et cetera, I mean, certainly good to raise them here because there is still an opportunity to try and make some changes to that. So I think this is one that I'm interested in really taking a look at, because I think particularly with our Vision Zero work and how much we are relying on pavement markings to try and improve
conditions on the street, I feel like this is one that we really shouldn't cheap out on. So thanks for clarifying that, Ying.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we identified this because we really out of tools for reduction.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of operating budget without laying off people. So that's why I proposed the contract on the line. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess just one last thing, since it's, this is kind of the second year that it's been part of the executive budget. I wonder if there's any room in the work plan for next year to do some sort of analysis on this, because I'd hate to just keep seeing this year after year. This is sort of what's proposed to be cut. If there is an opportunity to maybe reduce the expenses without significant loss of the markings themselves, maybe there are locations that are fine to go 2 or 3 years rather than each year. I mean, I just wonder if this might be something that staff could just take a look at and be kind of prepared to help either offer up a smaller reduction that would have very little impact, or really just, I think, make the case for why we need to fund at the level we are. Because it just seems like it's sort of an easy target, but also seems like it's not really in line with what we're trying to do otherwise. So maybe just consider that and see if there's a way to work that in somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Margaret, you're up next.
Yeah, another question for Sabrina. Talking about the monies from street parking enforcement. I should know this, but I'm sorry, I do not remember it. We have additional expenses from that program. Are the revenues being channeled to the parking utility coffers, or do they go to the general fund or some other line?
Sure. So in terms of enforcement expenses paid by the parking utility, it's about 2.8 million. All citation revenues go to the general fund, so the parking utility does not receive any revenues from parking citations.
Why not?
Well, that would be a question probably for our finance folks.
Or for our alder people. I mean, I don't know if there's, this has always confused me, because this is, these kinds of monies have generally gone to the general fund, but now that we've moved enforcement into a utility enterprise, I'm not sure why those revenues aren't segregated out from the general fund and why they don't go into the utility fund. So, and I don't know how much money that is, but it seems like otherwise we've just shifted expenses away from the police department and into the parking utility, which are then supported by parking fees, but not the fines. So, Tom, did you want to say something about that, or?
Yeah. So this is only my third budget, and so, but I, as much as I hate to see all these cuts, every year, the finance department has to kind of fit 10 pounds of potatoes into a 5-pound sack. And so that's, I think everyone ends up getting an operating budget that's not quite exactly what they want because it's so difficult. And the policymakers on this committee can go ahead and change that. But if the enforcement revenues, meaning the parking ticket revenues, went into the parking utility, which Sabrina and I would be great with, right? We'd be fine. But then that would mean that a corresponding cut would probably have to occur to other services because those revenues are now supporting other services.
I understand that. Part of my question is, how is this account? What's the financial principle behind this? What's the accounting principle behind this? I seem to recall in the past that part of it was the difference between structured parking versus street parking. But now that the parking utility has taken on the expenses for street enforcement, my understanding of the way a utility is funded, an enterprise fund is funded, is that those funds should be segregated out. And if I'm wrong on that, I'd like to be corrected.
I think
so that I understand better.
I think Alder Foster might have an answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, it'd probably be good to get a definitive answer from the attorney's office, but I believe it's really related to just this, like the general, in general, fines and forfeitures are always going to the general fund and don't go to the, let's say, to the police department, for example, because there's an interest in not aligning incentives where, oh, we're enforcing speed in order to make money off of it, and so there's actually kind of a broad principle to separate those things. So I think it's pretty standard that the fines go to the general fund and are somehow detached from the enforcement activity. So I think that's really all that's at play with this one, is the same principle, because it really is, it's our police powers to have the ordinance, and then we can set the fines collected through municipal court. I don't really think that is the parking utility. I don't believe has that kind of authority. So, like, we can then subsequently give as much of our general fund money to the parking utility, but the money collected from fines, etc., I don't think it's sort of legally proper to directly have it go to the utility. But again, we could have the attorney's office maybe just give a memo on kind of what our options are and why it's set up the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that when it comes to the police, certainly, but parking fines are a little bit different, and so I would appreciate some kind of clarification on that if you can ask for that in the budget process as an alder.
Actually, maybe Tom Lynch, could you have that as a to-do and check with our attorney's office to get something for us? That might be more direct.
It's kind of a perennial question anyway, so it'd be good to have it in writing. I do have another question for Justin, and this reflects perhaps my lack of understanding of the way the CARES funding works. You said that we got about $24 million in CARES funding. That $3 million is going to Metro. $8 million you're keeping as a rainy day fund. That doesn't add up to $24 million. So how is that CARES money handled?
The rest is being used in 2020 and going to partners.
Going to partners meaning what?
Those who contract with Metro to provide service. So Pittsburgh, Middleton, Verona, Sun Prairie, UW Hospital, and the UW itself, and then MMSD.
So like $13 million is being shared out.
Well, there's a big chunk being used this year in 2020. I can't remember the exact number, but I think that was in the neighborhood of 8 million or so as well.
Okay. That too, at some point, would be great to have some kind of summary report of how that money is being used, so that these boards understand.
And it's a little bit in flux too with this year, depending on air revenues and both from riders and organizational partners and things.
Yeah, but for the perspective of transparency, even if it comes, a year from now, to have some kind of ongoing reporting on how that is being shared out in part, so that we can say how much more we need as this pandemic continues on, and we're lobbying our federal delegation. So That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, Ann Kovich, go ahead.
Sabrina, I just have a quick question for you relative to the residential parking follow-up that Grant was asking about earlier. Back when we had that subcommittee for the TPC and we talked about allocating these costs and identifying them so that we could know what could potentially be charged, are you updating those on an annual basis so that what you have now is current costs that we could allocate out?
Sure, certainly. I could get that. One of the questions, in terms of what the fee could be raised to is whether we can accrue essentially or recoup prior year losses. And I have an opinion on million of year to year. Yes, we can run those numbers pretty quickly. We did some projections early on for what that would look like in terms of a tiered increase in those fees. We had intended to likely introduce another increase this year, and then COVID hit, and currently we're not enforcing any of those restrictions. We are still seeing permit sales from folks who anticipate at some point those restrictions will be needed and go back into effect. But given the economic impacts on folks and the fact that we aren't currently enforcing those restrictions, we did not bring forward a rate increase for this year.
Sure. I just wanted to make sure, Grant, that if you're looking for current information, that we clarify that, because we worked on that years ago, back when it was a TPC. And I know we had some delay this year as well, but you'd be looking for current information, Grant?
Yeah, I mean, I think just that the kind of max number, even calculated off of the prior conversations, would be a good start, and then that could probably be a good amendment. And then over the next year, I think we could look at it again in more detail and see if there are any other ways to ensure that we have kind of the maximum capacity with it. But just based on the previous presentation that I think I remember from Sabrina, we've got quite a bit of room compared to where we're at, compared to where we could go, and I think that would be a great place to start just for the 21 budget.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, if there are no more questions, thanks to staff for sticking with us here. I know it's starting to get late. If there's nothing further for this item, we'll move on to our last significant item for the evening, which is Registar 62666, a Vision Zero update. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this one is fairly brief.
So we put together a summary sheet. I can share screen to make sure. I always have too many screens open. Yang is here to discuss any part of it, or maybe Yang might be able to summarize it quickly, and there's a little bit more detail on the sheet itself.
Sure, thank you, Tom. I'll be happy to do that. Yeah, so maybe I will provide a quick summary and then answer any questions that the board may have. There has been not activities be going on, but the one major focus for the last couple of months or so is implementation of the 2020 Vision Zero projects. Specifically, the split reduction projects have been implemented on East Washington Avenue and Milwaukee Street, with more corridors to come. such as Gammon Road, Prairie Road, McKenna Boulevard, and also Post Road. So the public feedback has been predominantly positive, and with also with some concerns, and we are so the steering team is gathering those inputs for better planning of future year projects. Another effort that we have been working on is we hired a consultant team at the Strand Associates and Taddy to analyze the city's safety data and identify locations for potential federal funding application. We submitted a safety grant application already for Gammon Road and Mirror Pointer section for some major improvements with a total cost of $672,000. And I'm happy to inform our board that we received the initial positive feedback from the funding agency. So things look really good. And the traffic engineer is working on getting more applications put together. We have also been working on the work groups to develop the Vision Zero action plan that I think this body will have a lot of involvement in done maybe later. So 4 groups has been set up, and some of them met already. Safe streets, safe people, safe vehicles, and safety data. The 5th group, which was added because of the guidance from the board and also from TC, is what we call safety-focused enforcement. So Tony, Lieutenant Tony Ferrari is leading that effort, and he's finalizing the team right now. So all the work groups plan to meet on a bi-weekly basis. So these are groups really do the work developing the action plan, and then we'll bring the action plan frequently to TPPB again for guidance and input. So Tom, if we can go down to the next point, that'd be great. Another effort the steering team is doing is to set up the stakeholder task force. The idea for this group is that we want to involve a greater community and government agencies so they can also be part of the feedback loop and also participating in our plan for Vision Zero. Agencies include the MPO, Wisconsin DOT, the county, UW-Madison, just to name a few. So we are talking to many of them, and we hope to have the first meeting in a few weeks. We are also been working on preparing application to be officially recognized as a Vision Zero city by the Vision Zero network. So hopefully that can be done relatively soon, and we can receive the official recognition early 2021, or if they can turn around quickly, maybe by end of the year. Finally, we have been making plans to bring a more detailed briefing to TPPB at your December meeting. So we'll have more detailed reports, and we will ask for guidance and input, particularly on the action plan. So that's all I have, and I don't know whether Tom, you want to add anything, or you can answer any questions.
No, you might also mention that you've been going through some analysis efforts to identify our high injury network.
Yeah, good point.
And that might be available for review in a month or two.
Thank you, Tom.
Excellent. Are there any questions? So, Bill Bremer, or Yeah. I guess Bill Bremer, go ahead.
Thanks, Tom. Before I joined this meeting, I was late coming on. I had a neighborhood meeting. And I have to tell you that our neighborhood citizens don't think Vision Zero is working as far as the law enforcement is concerned. They are just frightened to death of the speeds that are going on in the around the city right now with the violations, and it's going to be extremely tough to, they just not thinking it's going to work because of the enforcement leg. One of our neighborhood president goes to a meeting that's called Coffee with a Cop, and I think they meet monthly or something like that. And the police department sends representatives, and they're fairly high, whether it's a captain or lieutenants and so forth. And they informally are saying that traffic enforcement is just about ground to a halt in the city, and to the point that the officers refuse to chase motorcycles. If they see a motorcyclist violating speed, they just ignore it because they know they're putting their lives and other citizens in danger and aren't following, So I'm really concerned, I guess, right now. I'm fully supportive of Vision Zero, but I'm just concerned that our enforcement leg on the stool is not going to be what we're hoping for because of various reasons this summer. Thanks.
All right, Ann Kovich, go ahead.
I know we're not supposed to be talking during this part of the meeting, but I'll just pass along to everybody that we have a quarterly traffic safety report from from Tony Fiore, Bill, and anybody from the policy board who's interested. He'll be coming to our November meeting, so that'll be a great opportunity for us to talk about this particular issue, because I know it's been of great concern to everybody, and it's something that we do look at on a quarterly basis. So, that's an opportunity for the policy board if they're interested. They can certainly watch that or participate if you'd like.
Thank you, Ann. Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thanks for the update, Yang. Can you share how are the work groups decided? Like, what was how we come up with those as the categories, I guess?
Okay, yeah, that is a great question. So those were basically came up by the steering team after reviewing the kind of setup and action plans from many different cities. So what we found that some cities kind of organized their action plan based on different areas, and we as a group, the steering team think that we kind of break down the task to different kind of components. So those are what we identified. I think initially we identified safe streets, safe people, safety data, and then we added the safety-focused enforcement based on input from both TC and TPPB. This may not be perfect, but give us a way to organize our efforts. We can definitely add or adjust as necessary, and also the compositions of these groups. We can add more people as well to those groups. But we really need a way to kind of break down the work and finding people to work on it. Right now, because we don't have unlike some other cities, we don't have specific Vision Zero staff. I was for example, I was talking with someone with Denver recently. They have a few Vision Zero staff dedicated for this effort, but we don't. So we have to recruit a lot of support from other agencies, and this way we make it manageable.
That makes sense. I mean, it's a good strategy.
I guess partly I'm thinking about, well, I've been attending the Vision Zero conference this week, and there was a good presentation today that really talked about, one of the key differences to cities that are actually making real progress versus those that maybe aren't doing so well. Really, it's really around deep policy commitment. So, there's all kinds of stuff that, especially at a staff level where, you can only do so much. But really, again, the deep policy things like BMT reduction or citywide speed limit reductions are the kinds of things that they've seen are part of the most successful cities. And so I just, looking through those work groups, it kind of stood out to me that it doesn't, like, I'm not sure where policy lands. And obviously this body, TPPB, sort of is charged with the transportation policy development. And then obviously we're also charged in the resolution with overseeing the development of this action plan. And so, I'm really appreciative that staff has done all the work they've done already. I'm feeling pretty out of the loop of it, to be honest with you. I think we're, 4 months in, I think, since we passed the resolution. You guys have obviously done a lot of work already. It looks like we might get a more detailed presentation in December. That'll be 6 months in, and I guess I'm a little bit worried that TPPB is not going to be able to really oversee the development of a plan with that kind of interaction. So I guess that is kind of my main feedback right now, is I feel like we need to figure out a way to have TPPB more directly involved with the work. I know I think Lieutenant Fiore reached out to Ann and got a member from TC to sit in on that work group. I think that's a good start. And and it's Chris, which is great since he's on the policy board as well. I think that's that's good. I'm wondering if we need to have some more direct connections like that between the board and the work groups. And then also just, do we as a board, and, Tom Wilson, maybe this is something that we need to talk more about as a board. Do we need to sort of be a work group on the policy front and really tackle some of these questions about what are the policies that we need to be considering that would really move us in that, to really make Vision Zero a reality. So, I don't have answers on those things, but I guess I want to say I think this is of the most critical priorities of the city, and I want to make sure that we as TPPB are doing everything we need to support you staff. And I want to make sure that this is I think we should be talking about this every single one of our meetings, to be honest with you, and just really make sure that we're there all the way along the way, so that we get this plan developed, and it's a plan that we're all bought into, and it's a plan that will actually work. Because I don't really want to spend all this energy on something that, it's a bunch of press releases, and you heard from Bill, neighbors think it's a joke. I think we got to really work hard on this together. So I'm certainly willing to participate, and I'm sure others are as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it took the staff team some time to form the work groups to get it started. But the plan is definitely to get the TPPB involved more often in it. We have also been consulting with attorney's office on the structure of the different teams. There's some concerns on not making these work groups more like a committee, so makes it more burdensome to host meetings, without posting the agendas and other things well in advance. But I do think it makes sense to get inputs early from TPPB. And I like the idea about the policy front. Actually, I believe I was sitting in the same presentation that you mentioned for the Vision Zero Summit today, as working on some other things. I agree. Great comments. I definitely can bring back to the steering team. Again, I think it took us some time to get started, but the plan is to be in touch with TPPB more often, more closely.
Okay, thank you. So just to formalize it, I guess without objection, we'll continue to suspend the rules to allow TC members to contribute to this agenda item. Bill Bremer, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to ask a question on this part.
It's fine.
I guess I would pose a question. I just to Tom and Yang. Is there been now that we've started Vision Zero? Is any hesitancy of the police department? Are you getting any vibes on your meetings with the people on Vision Zero that are coming to your meetings of the hesitancy of change in the last 4 months on enforcement?
I think one hot spot that has occurred is that there tends to be some cruising on East Washington. There's probably cruising on a lot of streets, but I think it's become a generator of complaints on East Washington. Speeds and also noise, I think. And there have been weekly meetings with, Tony Fiore and Yang's led those meetings on things that we can do on East Wash. But what's difficult is that there's kind of a fixed amount of resources, right? And they're not able to necessarily schedule enforcement activities when there's a need for protests, to do traffic control for protest and the like. And so you have kind of a department that they expressed to us that there were a couple weekends where they could do some enforcement activities, but sometimes they would have to be called off because of other events happening. And then you have a decreased VMT. And so congestion in some ways is a friend, right? Congestion forces people to go more normal speeds. And right now we don't have the congestion effects that we did. So we have two things working against speeds, I guess, right now. Yang, you could add anything you want.
Sure. Yeah. We did hear from our colleagues in the police department that speeding is definitely the issue right now in this city, and actually, I think in other communities as well. They observed some really high speeds that you typically not see off the freeways. For example, East Washington Avenue, I think police record 110 miles per hour speed, and with quite a few 80, 90 miles per hour on East Washington Avenue. So definitely there is behavioral issues over there. I just from my conversation, I didn't hear that the police will just, when they see this, will just let it go. From my conversation with Lieutenant Tony Ferrari, when police see this, they'll do something. They will not let it go. However, he and also Captain Cheney Austin have told us they have a very tight resource, with everything going on. So oftentimes the planned initiatives got canceled, kind of as Tom mentioned, due to different events, and the officers have been put on 12-hour shifts regularly, with vacation requests being delayed. So right now they definitely kind of struggling with that. But I think they did work with us and the mayor's office. Did a few initiatives on East Washington Avenue, especially on the night racing activities that Tom mentioned. For some weekends they were not able to do it, but they did cover many weekends, and we received lots of positive feedback on that. It was a kind of coordinated effort between traffic engineering and MPD. We provide different engineering, education, and enforcement measures. But I agree with the neighborhood that I don't think the problem. The problem is still significant, and what we are doing probably is not enough to solve all those problems. And also, with COVID-19, with lower traffic volume, and also with I don't know, maybe psychology, people's behaviors. There's some challenges over there. Might be pretty challenging to be addressed all by these efforts. But I guess time will tell.
All right, thank you. Baltazar, you're up next.
Hi, thank you very much for providing this information. I'm looking into the stakeholder task force. I think all these agencies, all these groups do a great job in the community. However, what I'm missing seeing here is, so many of these groups work with the community that are going to be affected. But not many of these groups, I would have to say that might represent some of those communities. I'm talking about communities of color. I'm talking about some of these groups that, when we talk about Vision Zero, we will want them to be part of that conversation. I will encourage for us to try to bring them into this task force now instead of later. I think it will be there are a number of great groups in the community that might benefit. I think this work will benefit by having those voices. Anyway, so yeah, I just that comment. I mean, we have Mason College, Mason Senior Center, but there is no community center per se. There is no, another nonprofits that do direct work with the community that it's going to be either benefiting or affecting. I would say benefiting by Vision Zero, obviously. Anyway, but thank you for all the work that you guys are doing in this area.
Yeah, great comment. Yeah, we actually have a much longer list than this one. As well, includes, for example, Central Latino, for example. I'll take comments back to the group, and we can look at this. There's some kind of discussions on how large should the group be, because we want to get the action plan done in a certain amount of time. The larger the group, the harder to be managed. But I do think equity and better representation of all communities should be a priority. So thank you for the input.
And thanks, Yang. And I think I'm just going to challenge the group that so sometimes when we want to get the job done, and I do agree with you in that area, the larger the group. But unfortunately, many times that larger group is not included in the, like in this case, that larger group does not represent many of the groups. So, maybe to shuffle things around and try to prioritize other groups. But thanks for all the work with this. And I mean, in anything that we can help, obviously, we will be very, very, very interested. I think, Mason Bikes is one of the few groups here that, is in the middle of what's happening, on the streets and all of that. So I think it will be good to have more of that type of, kind of grassroots type of groups as well. Yeah. But thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Badri, you're up next.
So this is a question about the. So let me understand the projects that are in the Vision Zero. Those three. Is this like a pilot projects right now? Is this the first ones getting implemented?
Yeah, it's kind of we just call it advanced projects. These projects identified, before the action plan are developed. That takes some time, but we don't want to sit on it. Don't do any thing, right? So these are the projects we identified earlier this year, and this is in a way these kind of pilot projects.
So is there a data for us to measure what's happening before versus what's happening after implementing the speed limit?
A great question. Yeah, we are, of course, we
especially
have resource limitations, but we're trying to get some data on this. And we also are working with UW to see if they can help us do some of this as well. Because our resource limitations. Also this is some of the first in the city. We have never done such large scale speed reduction projects. In the past, what we typically do is that we do this along with physical improvement projects. We want to spend millions of dollars. Change the look of the street with a reconstruction, and then we reduce speed limit. So this is different from the old way of doing things. And we did hear concerns from folks that just by lowering speed limit without a change the physical space on the street, whether it's going to be effective or not. So we are interested in gathering some data to see how this works.
Yeah, so especially these three of them in here in the list, I'd seen an infrastructure changed actually recently. So that's why I was looking at, is actually affecting, or is the speed limit is affecting? How could you actually measure it if you don't have exactly the differentiation, right? For example, Prairie Road to Raymond Road. They just installed a stoplight just now, about within a month or so, right? Or a couple of months. So was never there before. So now you're reducing the speed and also stoplight. Is that going to give you actual measure, right? So that could be, the stoplight is probably the best thing to happen in that intersection for sure. So that might reduce the speed already. So implementing again the speed limit reduction on that area is, how can you measure that one? Right now you got two different parameters going into it.
Yeah, I think almost anything that's done in 2020, you just can't compare it with any other year. Our VMT is down, depending on the road, 65% of normal, 85% of normal. Some people are saying that some of the speeders that we're having, it's not so much a result of the decrease in traffic on our streets, but it's just because there's no other place for young people to be. And so because there's no other place for young people to be, they're choosing to cruise again. So I think that the before and after studies will be very difficult to do for this year. But, consequently, do we wait 3 years for things to normalize, or do we just do things that have proven successful in other communities and that are probably consistent with what we think is right? Like, for instance, East Washington Avenue is urbanized, right? And so we know that 35 miles an hour probably isn't the appropriate speed limit for that, since it's been urbanized over the last 10 years. Now, to do before and after study on that, it'd be really hard to do that this year, particularly with the cruising. It just, everything is different this year. But we know that, East Washington Avenue should be a 25 mile an hour road. Just the amount of pedestrian activity, the high density land uses. And so I think, again, and similarly, you could say that with Milwaukee. Milwaukee is a neighborhood street, and that was 35 miles an hour, maybe was it 40 maybe, even some places, they just should be slower street. People should start getting. So it's just hard to do the before and after in this COVID.
Yeah, just bringing up because the 3 streets I'm looking at there is very, to me, I travel on that one every day. Very low traffic already, so I don't know without the actual. This is as a pilot. This is what we are using it as a pilot for future for other streets and things. I thought having more data would actually help us actually drive what's going to be the future for other streets. So thought these 3 probably not a really good test pilot.
I think on that, when we, I think Tom is right. It's kind of hard to do before and after studies, but when we do it, we'll try our best to make the data kind of comparable. For example, Prairie Road, we're probably not looking at the data like a year ago and with now, but maybe after the signal is installed, and before the speed reduction is in, and compare that with the speed reduction is implemented and with the signal. So maybe that's a better comparison. Still, it may not be perfect, but we'll try to get some idea at least.
Okay, Alder Foster, you're up next.
Thank you. I guess just in response to the last comment, I think it is. I think the use of the word advanced projects rather than pilot projects is maybe a little bit important. I mean, the direction of the Common Council. This was a budget amendment that basically said, let's do something now. let's do something where we know we've got some issues and not wait around for a couple of years and to think, but let's do something now. So I think that these projects are a result of that. That's what staff took a look at, where we have some of the higher crashes, higher speeding, things that could be done relatively quickly, easily. I think that's what you're seeing right now, and absolutely support gathering data and evaluation and all those things, and those are all key to Vision Zero. But I guess I just wanted to say I don't think if they're a pilot in the sense of we're piloting an intervention and need to evaluate whether we think it works or not. This is like, hey, like you said, it shouldn't be 35 miles an hour, it should be 25. We can do that even if that doesn't comprehensively solve the problem. But what I really wanted to add was just elevating Baltazar's comment, and I think this would be good feedback to bring back to the work groups. And I don't know if it's maybe the Safe People work group where this might be find a home, but I think kind of like the feedback that we gave the for the Metro network analysis work, where we really called out the need for a very thoughtful, equity-focused community outreach plan. Perhaps more significant than they might have done in some other communities. I think for Vision Zero, it's another. And I know you guys are just all doing this on the side with your normal jobs, right? Yeah, you don't have dedicated staff for this. But I think that point that he brought up is something that we should probably talk some more about. And maybe we need some additional strategies other than just one large kind of stakeholder group. Maybe it's more smaller meetings with additional groups to have kind of smaller group conversations about this. And I know it was called out in the resolution that really I think there was an ask that said the action plan will draw heavily from those who use our streets, including those who live in areas that experience high crash rates, those who advocate for safer streets for all modes and the general public, diverse range of outreach activities. So there's language in there, I think, that kind of calls out what some of those expectations are. So yeah, I guess I would just highlight what Baltazar was saying and kind of encourage you guys to push beyond me just kind of one large stakeholder group and think about how can you get out into the community and have these conversations about safer streets with folks, especially in some of those areas where we know we've got some of our more serious crash issues going on. So yeah, thanks for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, one of the kind of functions we envision for the stakeholder task force is to kind of help us to do the public engagement to reach more and broader neighborhoods. We have also been trying to find a resource to get some help, from an equity expert to design, equity-focused engagement process. We haven't found a resource to do that yet, and also because COVID-19, that kind of slows us down as well. But I definitely, I wrote down the, those key points, and we'll discuss more with the team to see how we can do better. Yeah, even given all the challenges.
Well, and just to be fair, because we talked about this, at our joint meeting too, about some of what we want to do, and actually Alders Kemble and Herman and myself are putting forward a budget amendment for next year to actually create a whole new position around resident and community engagement. So, I mean, this gap, I think, is a city gap. It's not a transportation department or a traffic engineering or anything like that. Is that I think we all really value it and we know how important it is, but we just honestly don't have. It's never been a priority area in terms of resourcing. So you all don't have. You can't just go to the Department of Resident Engagement and say, hey, we want some assistance in developing a nice plan for getting feedback on Vision Zero. So it's, I know how hard it is because every department and division has to kind of come up with it on their own. And you guys are trained in traffic engineering, not public engagement. So you're sort of looking for best practices and trying to, come up with stuff. But it's sort of not fair to even expect that you guys can do it, at a very high level. So for what it's worth, we're trying to put that into the hopper to start to build some of that capacity at a city level. So hopefully, if it goes through, maybe we'll even have them on board next year, and that would be one resource that you could tap into to just get some more ideas of how to go about doing it.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
All right. If there are no further questions or discussion on this, seeing none, we'll move on to our last couple of items here, general announcements. Tom, did you want to do this one? Transit demand management, parking, transit-oriented development, parking, or planning commission workshop?
Yeah, so the Planning Commission has a workshop, 4 workshops a year, and the one coming up on October 29th is going to be devoted to transportation demand management, parking, and transit-oriented development. In many ways, what you saw a couple of meetings ago, that will be the focus. I think they will invite all of the TPPB members and notice it so that you can attend the workshop. The transportation demand management and the parking policies will probably be led. The TPPB will probably be the lead committee for those. And so those actually might be implemented or proposed to be implemented even, in the spring, or at least circulated among committees. The transit-oriented design overlay, that's a zoning activity, and so that would probably be led by the planning. So I think that's just so you know that those things are occurring, and you're welcome to attend. And I think that's mostly what I wanted to state you on.
All right, so we'll look for that invite. Assuming there's no questions or anything on that, not seeing any hands, we'll move on to the last item, which is future agenda items. You can all look at the list. I'm not going to read through it. A lot of the things that we talked about today are going to be recurring. Some of them may be sort of standing items, particularly Complete Streets, Vision Zero, and perhaps some other things. Any questions or comments on future agenda items? All right, seeing none, that's all we have for the evening. Thanks everyone for sticking in. I know it's a lot longer than normal meetings. We did cancel one a few weeks ago, so there was going to be some more on this one. That said, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move adjournment.
Moved by Margaret. Looks like a second from Badri. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor of adjourn, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, you too. Good night.